Okay, stream is back. We live. Time to get crazy. Out in the open world of Dune. Dune. Feeling pretty good this morning. We're almost to Ornithopter. We actually should have almost all of the resources. The only thing we need in order to get our Ornithopter right now is a little bit of carbide, a little diamondine dust. So we're going to go cruise down to Misataril real quick. We're going to get that. And then we'll make our last few pieces. I think we have the aluminum for it. We should. We'll see. We'll make sure. I actually got really lucky. I found a couple of pieces. I found a storage container. I found an engine, and I found a generator. Well, I was doing some testing stations, so I actually got insanely lucky. Okay, so we're not there yet, it looks like. So let's go in here. We should have enough to make all this stuff, but we're actually going to need another 20 or so. So we're going to need some more water. We'll get that by getting some blood while we're out getting some of this other stuff. Let's go bangarang over to the Mistaril place. Let's go get this stuff. We're just going to go up and over the shield wall. We're going to yeet ourselves off the cliff. We're going to drive around the edge until we get to Misataril. It should be a pretty quick trip. It doesn't take too long to get over here. And then we're going to focus basically all day today. Once we get our Ornithopter, we're not really going to worry very much about mining resources and stuff like that, at least not ore. We're going to do a bunch of everything else, right? We're going to get ourselves set up with lots of greens, lots of blues, lots of grays, just lots of all of that stuff. So as we move into the duraluminum tier, we have all of the incidentals that we need. We'll get our buggy equipped later. And then we're just basically going to skip over aluminum. We're going to go straight to duraluminum. And we're going to rock and roll. So this should be pretty easy. I want to get out into the deep desert. The new deep desert PvE/PvP balance patch dropped last night. I was actually up when it came out, when the patch notes came out. So I put out a little video on that. I will say that my opinion of that change... Ooh, somebody's got a base. Let's go check this out. This is not a bad place for a base. You know, it's in a nice, good central spot. You can get to aluminum and stuff. I want to know how they're getting... Well, I guess they're driving around that way to go get aluminum, so they're a little out of their way. But, yeah, this is pretty nice. Somebody's done a nice little job here. Looks like we got some carrier storage or some ornithopter storage. We've got the main part of our base. I don't know what this cool octagon thing is, but I'm actually stealing this design. So check this out. This is what I want to do. I'm going to make a really tall one of these that's really huge, and I'm going to put ornithopter storage inside of it. And I'm going to make an internal spiral staircase. So the whole top is going to be a pentashield. Oh, you have to do a square for the pentashield. The pentashield needs more options. You need to be able to do all types of different shapes with it. I don't know how they would do that. I don't know what the technical implications of trying to do that are. But the pentashield needs to be able to do more than squares. It needs to be able to be a triangle. It needs to be able to be an octagon. It needs to be able to be whatever. If you have an enclosed space, you need to be able to pentashield it. Somebody's trying to kind of build back into this wall here. That's kind of cool. Little bitty base. Seems like my siege has quite a few people on it. That's nice. Don't ask me what my siege is. I don't actually know. But, yeah. We're cruising here. I really love being out on the freaking sand bike, man. It's so much fun. We're going to be a little sneaky here. I happen to know there's a side entrance into Misataril. So if you want to check this out, Misataril's main entrance is right over here. But there's a little side entrance up this hill right here. You can see that cave. It actually spits you out kind of above Misataril. So we're going to go in there, and we're going to do that. Yeah, so we just follow this little cave structure here. And go up, boop. And we get spit out, kind of back up in the corner here. And so now we can go around and we can get above the worm over here, where we don't have to fight nearly as many enemies to get down into the main section here. And I like just going to the main section because that's where most of the resources are that are fairly easy to get to. I know there's supposed to be a bunch of chests out around here somewhere that I can grab without even really having to fight. Honestly, I can never find those fucking things. And it's just kind of obnoxious to me to look for them. So I'm just going to run back into the back here. I might bump into an enemy or two in here. Oh, here's a chest. To the Benny Gesserit. Oop, I thought I got my freaking stam back. I did not. There we go. Let's get a couple of hits in here. Those melees are honestly just the hardest part of the game for me. We're going to want some of this cloth. Just take all this stuff. I didn't bring a disruptor or anything with me. I'm also about to die again. Oh, hey, what's up, Diamond? Good morning. I was talking to myself again. Because, you know, that's how I do. So we're going to come in here. Guess it's tech afternoon? You mean like a work thing? Hey, you get away from me with that Benny Gesserit garbage. Stop it. Okay. I'm going to need you to go ahead and just get stabbed. Look at how many hits. Of course, I've got like a shitty drinker on right now. So that's why that takes forever. But could you imagine if the game gave you stealth bonus like they do in Skyrim? Yeah, so I like the stealth mechanics. I come from a game where there was like real stealth. My first ever MMO game was Dark Age of Camelot. And in Dark Age of Camelot, you had characters that could legitimately diss a fucking peer. And I thought that was really cool. Since then, games have pretty much stopped doing that. Whoa, what's up, Benny Gesserit Psycho? Alright, no more of these enemies. We just get the one Benny Jez enemy, I think, now. Oh, I heard a sniper rifle shot. Could have sworn I got all three snipers. Oh, he's this one in the... Oh, he must have gotten up. I see your hiney, nice and shiny. Better hide it, or I might bite it. Why is that melee character getting up again? We're just gonna go around. I just want the resources in here. I don't actually care about getting the enemies dead. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna be able to go around, so that's all good. I guess I should check and make sure that okay. Yeah, that sniper didn't get up to start shooting me again, so we're good. Nice, lots of intel, lots of diamondine and carbide, lots of diamondine. Get rid of that, get rid of that and that, get rid of that. Get my diamondine, get my carbide, get my poison mist. And I need, I think, 14 diamondine dust. Did I get enough? At 12. I need more, I think. Uh-oh. I might have to go find some of those. Let's see, we need 7 and 7. Yeah, so I need 2 more diamondine dust. I've never gotten less than what I needed for at least one ornithopter from these. So that's pretty depressing. So I'm going to have to go out and look for more chests. And honestly, I don't know where any of them are. So this is going to be interesting. I'm probably going to end up really frustrated here in the next couple minutes. Running around like a jackass. Let's see what we can do here. Let's assume that right here is a good spot. Shai Halud reminds you of the genesis of all things. Okay, this electric little worm dude can actually just kill your punk ass. So, yeah. Stay a little bit away from that. Okay. Well, it obviously wasn't there. Let's go check this side right here. Oh, booyah. I'm good and equipped. Oh, I should be sucking blood here. I'm pretty well equipped. I've got mostly okay. Ooh, a deck of leader, John. What's up, dude? Thanks. Um, so I have mostly aluminum gear on, but I've got a nice jacket and a nice glove that I've picked up. So I'm actually in a really good spot as far as equipment is concerned. Yeah, no, Deca Leader Johns are OP, dude. Can't even believe that. Now I have two of them that I haven't even had to craft. I am super excited about that fact. Came over here to fight these nerds, and they weren't even guarding anything that I need. Like, what's the point? Give me a chest with some diamondine dust. Please, I need it. Okay, well, here's a chest with some garbage ass medkit things in it. That's really useless. That was interesting. Oh, chests. Where are you? All the guides that I've seen have all said, don't even go into the main part. Just run around the outskirts and pick up the chests. What other mucking chests are you talking about, y'all? I feel like I've been lied to. There ain't no chests out here. They're like, there's 7 or 8 of them. No, there's not. I don't see shit. I've got to be just in the wrong spot, right? But I've looked around so much area. Probably just like accidentally walking right past all of the areas with chests. Searching literally everywhere but where any of the chests are. That sounds like some shit I would do. I feel like there should be a chest right down in there. Or right down in here. Or literally anywhere. Please, video game. I need 2 more diamondine dust. I'm not even asking for a lot, right? I just need enough to get a... Ooh. Hey, we got enough. Alright, I don't even have to fight this nerd. We're good. Gracious me. We almost had to crash out there. Start screaming at the game and smashing our keyboard. We were well on our way to a complete meltdown. A survival hermit wants an ornithopter. Yo, what's up, Gilbert? There's one track that's a little busted. You're one of those people who always fills up their gas tank before it gets down to half, aren't you? I'm gonna ride this motherfucker till the wheels fall off, and then I'll repair them. Oh, if it's not on fire, it doesn't need repairs. That's my philosophy. I don't know when gas stations are. I mean, like, that's fair, except you totally know where gas stations are. Because, you know, you have Google. I can tell you within about 50 feet where the nearest gas station is to you. On a road trip and driving through the country, you still got cell phone reception, dude. I mean, I understand. Like I said, I'm from New Mexico. I grew up in southern New Mexico. So I get having a lot of space in between cities and stuff. I'm willing to bet my entire paycheck that there is not a single place in Texas where there's hundreds of miles between gas stations. Hmm. I don't know. There might be. I'd definitely be willing to bet that there are places in Texas where there's more than a half a tank of gas worth. So, I mean, depending on your fuel economy and the size of your gas tank, it could feel like hundreds of miles. Permit drink water, thank you. I have 2 deciliter Johns and a liter John. Still can't stay hydrated. Oh, God. I love that the dehydration mechanic is the greatest threat to my life in this game. Not the worms, not the other players. I have died more to dehydration than anything else on Arrakis. That's very canon, right? Very lore accurate. Junction to Ozone is 100 miles. There's literally nothing off Highway 10. Right, but that's only 100 miles, not hundreds. To be hundreds of miles, it would have to be 200 miles down. I mean, it's semantics, but... I have yet to die to a worm, and I have not been killed by a player. Well, have you gone into the deep desert, though? I mean, obviously, you can't get killed by a player if you don't go to the deep desert. I mean, I guess you could, because I guess technically uh, there's PvP areas in the Paga Basin, but not really, though. I think I'm going to make this poison thing. I think I like it. Ooh, hang on. So all I haven't gotten is my boots. This might be what I want, though. Idaho soft step boots. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's see. Idaho soft step boots. It's aluminum tier. It is unfortunately not. But let's get this. Let's rock it. I'm into it. And then let's see about making some pieces of my ornithopter here. What am I missing? Water and armor plating. Uh-oh. Fucking armor plating, dude. Not been in the deep desert yet, but I have been to the PvP zones in Haga Basin multiple times. Yeah, I've never even seen another player in those places. Not one time. Oh, you killed a player by accident? Yo, that sucks. How bad would it feel to be the guy who got accidentally killed by another player? Like, I assume the reason you accidentally killed him was because you thought he was an NPC, right? So, I mean, you were literally just somebody else's NPC. That's awful. I feel bad for that person. Oh, there's the enemy. I see you. Pop. You're gonna die before you get to me. Bleh. I love poison. Cause there's nothing you can do. You got poisoned. It might suck, but it is true. I don't think there's ever going to be any plates in any of those. I think we should go to Godzilla Mountain. I think we'll find some armor plates there because we'll have some big old flamethrower fools. So we'll go over there and get some armor plates from them, I hope. I died to a worm. I've died to dehydration 10 feet outside my base. I've died twice to a worm. I've died to dehydration inside my base. Inside of my water-sealed base, where I don't lose water, I've died to dehydration because I walked into my base dehydrated and then just slowly stood there and died while doing stuff, while actively at my computer playing my character, died to dehydration inside of a water-sealed compartment. I am unholy good at getting myself killed in this game. To some dumbass shit. Shielded character standing in Kirab camp next to crash ship in Eastern Vermilion. So I rushed him and made him to death. I didn't know he was a player until he dropped. Oh wow, that's I feel bad for that person. That's awful. You're a terrible person, Charles. Just a terrible, terrible person. Once you get down to 8 times back to back from dehydration, getting hit once. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just the kind of man I was. Let's get down here where they feel like they can get to me, so they'll come over here and start doing stuff. Yeah, attack me with that flamethrower from way over there. That seems like a great plan. Keep on doing it. Yeah. These flamethrower enemies are dumb. I love it. Really? No plates, huh? Oh, there we go. Armor plating. Whew. I was about to get a little upset. Like, really? The only source of armor plating? You're not going to give it to me? NPCs. That's pretty funny. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Wait, what do we got? That's a melee. That's not. Okay. You're dead. Actually, you might both be dead. How come you haven't died yet? Oh, you didn't get poisoned. You're a cheeky little bastard, aren't you? Cheeky bastard. You claim it's not in the cards. Fate is pulling you miles away, out of reach from me. Wish they had made it so you could play with people in different servers. Hey, what's up, Blighted? Even if not in the same guild, let me just play with friends. Yeah, so I mean, you can't play with other people in other worlds, but you can totally play with other people in other sieges. We were doing that a lot. Got finished with a D&D session. Hey, nice, good job. D&D can be a lot of fun. Okay, hold on. What's going on? Why am I seeing inside of my character's body? Siege is like an instance within the same server. Well, so they call sieges servers because they are physical servers. Um, and then they call the entire thing a world. So just to keep confusion to a minimum, I try to adhere to the same terminology that the devs use because that just makes life easier. Okay, let's exit the main menu here. I don't know why I gotta be invisible. And continue. No, it's called the world. And the server in the siege is the same thing. So like we were on Siege Fodger or Server Fodger. The world is a cluster of servers or sieges. But server and siege are synonyms in this case. Hand of Kali or Hand of Kadir is the world, yes. So Hand of Kadir is the world that we were on, and then Fajr is the siege that we're on, or server that we're on. Exactly. It's not very comprehensive. And I don't know why they chose to set it up that way, or to name things non-conventionally. But they did. Yeah, it is a little bit strange, but that dude was going to try and throw a rocket at me. Oh, now I'm stuck on this person. Are you kidding me? Can I please, like, see what I'm doing? Oh my god, you laggy garbage. I'm bad enough at this game, I don't need the game helping me suck. Gracious, this zone is trash. That sounds like fun, Blighted. Sounds like fun. Nerd. Oh, I'm a crumbling canyon wall and I'm taking you with me. Not today. Don't need those boots. We can take all this stuff. That's nice. Yeah, so while we're going through and doing all these missions and stuff that we're going to do today once we get our Orny, the big deal here is going to be getting a lot of things like this, right? A lot of these pumps, a lot of calibrated servos, a lot of complex machinery. Just a ton of, ooh. Ooh, is this a tier? Ooh, I hadn't made the Mark IV cut array for um, my little jobber yet. I get stupid lucky in this game. Like, stupid lucky. Should not be allowed. Where am I at on these? I've got 16 of these. Let's go see how many do I need for the ornithopter. I normally would say don't only get as much as you need of something. I need 11 there and 11 there, so I need 22, so I need 6 more. I would normally say don't only get as many as you need of something, but because as soon as I get this ornithopter, I'm basically going to be farming all of these materials in much, much greater quantities. I am going to go ahead and just sort of stop. But we've got 2 more heavies down here. So let's murder this dude. Ooh. I'm not going to really be able to get an angle from here. Maybe I can get an angle from right here. Nice. And then the melee dude is going to shoot me with his pistol, which is great for me. Because it means I get to kill him from range instead of killing him with melee. We've got a little dude over there with a pistol. They are surprisingly accurate with those pistols, let me tell you. Alright, where'd the 2 heavies go? There we are. Let's put myself in a position where maybe they'll actually shoot their fire at me. Nice. Got to get one of them down, and then this is the last one. Nice. Use that terrain to your advantage. Okay. Give me what I need, game. Ooh. What kind of engine is that? Oh. An engine that I need? Nah, it's just a buggy engine. We're good. Oops, I fucked up. I didn't realize there were more enemies over here. Well, that was super laggy, but somehow I managed to dodge that. So, that might be the greatest Dune player of all time. I'm definitely starting to feel like I'm the greatest Dune player of all time. Just saying. If I was y'all, I'd be impressed. Go away. That's fine. You're allowed to be wrong, Daima. You're allowed to be wrong. I won't even hold it against you. It's fine. I understand it can be difficult to be in the presence of such greatness. Look at that. Just double tap to the dome piece. Oh. Okay. Okay. No, no. No, no. No, no. Why is it so flippin' laggy? I can't see shit. This is terrible. I never had these problems on our old world, dude. This is honestly kind of starting to get a little gross. Can I please? Can I please? Yeah, it's not the stream, it's the game. It's so bad right now. And it's been that way like ever since I moved to this world. And I don't like it. Why is everybody only giving me one armor plating? This is bullshit, ref. That's 3 of those big dudes that I've killed. They gave me 1 armor plating apiece. I just need 3 more. Couldn't they have given me 2 armor plating apiece? Some of them gave me as many as 8. Bunch of people have claimed. That's funny. So there's a buggy here. This is how I got my buggy, right? Is I claimed one here. But it looks like a bunch of people have claimed ownership of these busted buggies and then just left them here. A bunch of clowns. Okay, well, we gotta go find some more duders. Hang on. Since we're right here and there's plenty of flowers, go ahead and break out my dew scythe. I got this for free too. I tell you what, you get a lot of stuff just for free going through this game. A lot of really good, useful tools and stuff. Gotten 2 decaliter johns. Gotten this dew scythe. User whatever that is, starting fresh, same character, but getting back to the beginning. It's the stuff that's in his bags. I'm actually surprised that he decided to continue playing. He was even more upset than I was about the whole situation. That he was just going to straight up quit the game and never play another multiplayer game again. I feel shocked. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks to go back to the beginning like that, but it's fairly quick when you're that strong, so. Yeah, it's tough when your emotional response um, and your logical response don't line up. You know, when you want to say, fuck this game and never play it again, but the game is so enjoyable. Oh, nice. Well, if he's got an assault ornithopter, that's easy day. Easy day getting back. Where am I going? I don't want to go this way. I want to go this way. Drink my water. You drink my water. Stop telling me how to live my life. Oh, that little base near Anvil is pretty solid for getting started again. Get a bunch of steel, make a bunch of wind turbines and stuff with it. Stop being a baby. I'm not being a baby. Your face is a baby. Oh, his, not the guilds. Well, his little base over there was built up pretty well too. He can still use um he should still be able to use my base because I'm pretty sure he's co-owner over at that Anvil base. You probably are too. So all of y'all should be able to access that stuff. Oh, it's gone. They deleted it? Wow. That's hilarious. I think it's funny that those guys are red ass at me when I'm the one who deserves to be red ass at them. They're like trying to completely wipe my existence off the freaking map. That is comedy gold right there. Whatever. Those guys won't last. Those guys were griefers for sure. They just wanted to go out and kill people and destroy their opters and stuff. Especially now that they don't even need to swap sieges because they can all build. Honestly, I'm sad that this update just came because now everybody can build bases in the same siege, no matter what siege they're from. That update just went out earlier this morning. So it's going to make guilding way, way easier now, which I like. Not for me, but, you know, for everybody else. But we could have had our little city. It would have been fantastic. It would have been a glorious, glorious city. Would have been great for content, too. Alack and alas. You want to play the game solo now and everything that happened there. I was really looking forward to playing with you and some of the others, though. I was too. I was too. I am still struggling internally with that decision. Because when it's good, it's a million times better than playing solo. But when it's bad, it's a million times worse. And so the question is, do you want to deal with the ups and downs? Or do you want to have a more flat level, you know, personally accountable playing experience? Where, you know, if anything goes wrong, it's entirely your fault. And if anything goes right, it's entirely your fault. And personally, I just would prefer to have the nice, flat, level experience. It comes from being in control of my own destiny. So, my opinion on keeping it small is that if you're going to keep it small, it also has to be pretty hardcore. Um, because if you've only got 6 to 10 people and you want to play with 6 to 10 people, but those 6 to 10 people are all only playing a few hours a day, then you're really only playing with 2 or 3 people. Unless you very specifically find 6 to 10 people who are going to play at the same time as each other every day. And it's almost impossible. The larger your group is, the less accountable each person has to be to the fun of everybody else. Right? If you only have 6 to 10, then that means 4 people need to be online for a full group whenever anybody's online. And so that just becomes really, really difficult to maintain. And it honestly can tend to breed a little resentment. Group dynamics are just fucking hard. They're just fuck. You could have 10 of the best friends in the whole world and put them into a video game situation, and somebody's going to start resenting somebody else because of the time investment, especially a game like this. Right, exactly. Especially in a game like this where things can get lost, right? People die, people get eaten by worms, lose entire ornithopters, stuff like that. It just gets crazy. Yeah, exactly. Lose everything you have and then have to completely re-kit. And and so it's not that those people are wrong or that those people are a problem. And it's not that those conflicts can't be resolved and that that's some sort of, you know, unovercomable situation. But it does mean that those situations will arise and that they will have to be overcome. And I personally don't want to. Um, I personally don't want to have to deal with the conflict resolution steps. Yeah, I was like that. But then look at those other members when they took over. What was the first thing they did? They started implementing minimums and, you only get deep desert materials if you're part of the big deep desert content and, all this other stuff. Because that's how most guilds are run, because that's how most people view that stuff. They view it as I put in the effort, I'm the one who gets to be in control of that. I don't want other people having access to things that they didn't, quote unquote, help me with. And so there's tons of conflict resolution that comes with being in those groups. And I'm not good at conflict resolution because I don't give a fuck. Um, if I get resources and you need them, I'll just give them to you. Yeah, I mean, they're fucking clowns. Those guys are total fucking clowns. They have their heads all the way up their asses. The one of the biggest problems, that guild should have been successful, but those guys didn't understand the cardinal rule of team play. And the cardinal rule of team play is it's better to do a bad idea together than it is to do 3 really good ideas separately. You always, always, always get with the group and do the group thing. And if you don't want a leadership role, right? Because I was going to let Madness be on the council. I was going to let, who's the other one? Both of those people that were supposed to be members of the elite were offered positions on the council because they said that they wanted, or they were willing to do, not Burr, he wasn't a member of the elite. Because I knew who he was straight away. It took nothing to realize that that dude was a clown. There was another one who I gave an elite member to. But they thought that they had better ideas than me, and they thought that they knew how to play the end game better than me. And so instead of following along with what the group was doing and adding to what the group was doing, which was trying to help our slower members catch up so that we had greater numbers to invest into the deep desert, they decided that they knew better and that they would separate our resources and use them for completely different activities. And that's just the dumbest way you can go about that. You always want to be doing the same plan. It's why you have shot callers, right? When you do large scale PvP and stuff like that, it doesn't matter if the shot caller is the best person tactically. It doesn't matter if the targets they're calling out are 100% the best targets. Because if you focus enough firepower on a single location, then you can complete the objective of killing that enemy. And eliminating an enemy is better than half eliminating 4 enemies. It doesn't matter, right? If you think you should focus on the healer, but your shot caller is saying focus on the DPS, focus on the DPS. Because you're not going to kill the healer by yourself. So you do whatever whoever's in charge says you do, not because that person's in charge and you should just listen, but because you cannot succeed if you don't work together. And a lot of people just don't get that. A lot of people will just, well, this is the way the YouTube people say to do it. They say this is the optimum strat. We're not doing the optimum strat. Fuck you. I'm gonna go do the optimum strat. Well, cool. Now your optimum strat is suboptimum because you're not doing it with the team. So congratulations, you just totally fucked it up. Dude, I'm gonna go buy armor plating. This is pissing me off. I try to speak nothing but truth. It's taken me a lot of years, right? I've been a gamer for a hell of a long time, and I've played a lot of games of this genre, of similar genres. I've played a lot of team games as a solo. Um, I've been around the block, and it's taken me a long time to get to the point where I understand specifically why I think the things that I think. Um, I've always had the impressions of this is the right thing to do, this is the right way to go about it. But I've never really, until, the last 2 or 3 years, been able to articulate the logic behind why I believe the things that I believe. And especially now that I'm creating content over the past year, because I've had to put so much more thought into trying to express the why of my beliefs instead of just what my beliefs are, I've become much, much more aware of how I've gotten to the opinions that I hold. And I think that's important. And I think, while I think that everybody's opinion is valid and everybody should voice their opinion, I think that if you're just giving your opinion based on your gut feeling and you're not examining that feeling to try and give understanding as to how you reached it, then you should probably shut the fuck up.
Still alive, are you?
You enjoy small group games, 5-person little teams. When you get too many other people, especially in MMOs, getting too many people, the skill sets are so far apart and what they want to do collide. Absolutely. And so I think this is not just a problem with teams. I think this is a problem with MMOs just sort of overall, is that they don't, wow, there are no armor plates here. Okay. Wow. This game hates me. But the problem with MMO games in general is, I think, that too many of the game's problems have the same skill set solution. And I've talked about this a bunch of times when it comes to gathering and crafting. And this game is honestly kind of a very good example of that, where 100% of the crafting loop in this game, 100% of the player time taken for the crafting loop in this game is gathering, right? There's no actual crafting. There's no gameplay element to making an ornithopter, except for, right at the end you assemble it, and so there's like this tiny little 5-second gameplay loop. But for the most part, your gameplay loop as an artisan in every MMO game in the world is gathering. And so even, and this game is a good example, because in this game, to be a good artisan, to be a good crafter, gatherer, builder, your solution is still combat related. It's still the same skill set, because you still have to go out into the PvP zone to get the best resources so that you can do the crafter, builder, whatever loop. And so not only do people have different skill sets, but there's only one skill set that is really ever expressed in these games, and that's combat. And so until we start getting legitimate gameplay loops for other aspects of the games that we play, you're going to continue to end up with that issue. Let's actually drink my water full first, and then I'll put all this water in here. If there were legitimate gameplay loops to crafting and building and stuff like that, then you would see lots of people who want to just be crafters wouldn't ever feel the need to go out into the world and gather resources. They would stay at home and play the crafting or building gameplay loop. And then the PvPers would go out and do the gathering and stuff like that. And you could have significantly less gathering. So right now, if you look at most MMO games, this game included, we're like the heroes of this story, right? This might be a survival game, but we're still significantly stronger than most other people. And if you look at fantasy MMOs, you really see, you're like the hero of the story. You're a level 20 fucking wizard, and everybody else is a level 0 villager. And then we go out and we mine iron ore. Right? The hero, this almost godly figure who can crash meteors into the planet from the sky, is mining iron ore. That's fucking dumb, right? If you want to have gathering involved in your crafting system, then the resources you gather should be the special resources that turn what is basic iron ore into, the blade of 1,000 truths, not the iron ore. Because there's infrastructure, right? There are cities. Right, well, but the way you level crafting in WoW is you just make a bunch of shit, right? And so, again, the loop there is just gathering. So you go gather a bunch, and then you play fucking menu simulator, right? This is the crafting loop of every game. It's a menu. I click button. I click button. Oop, I'm a crafter now. See, I can craft 100 aluminum ingots. I'm so good at the crafting. This isn't gameplay. This isn't crafting. Going into this menu and saying, oh, look, I clicky the button is not fucking crafting. The crafting system I want to see, and I will continue to bitch about this vehemently until I see it, roguelite games lend themselves very well to be crafting systems. I don't know if you've ever played like Slay the Spire or Risk of Rain or just any roguelite. It doesn't matter. Something where you have sort of a permanent base that evolves as you... I've never played Factorio. But somewhere that has like a permanent base location that evolves as you go through runs. And the point of the run is to die, right? You get as far as you can and then you lose. And then the next time you start slightly stronger so you can get slightly farther. And there's all kinds of different mechanics, right? Slay the Spire is like a card game. Risk of Rain is a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter. Like a third-person hero shooter. But they all have this same general thing. As you go through the game, and as you go through the individual run, right? They're called runs. Sort of like PoE. PoE is an action RPG, but action RPGs do have some similar elements to roguelites. But a lot of in PoE, your character is persistently powerful. And in roguelites, usually the changes that make you more powerful in your runs are based on changing what's available in your run. So you sort of always start out with the same gear as you did the very, very first time. And then you sort of level up through each run. So you could imagine every map in PoE is a run. And so if you always started back at the beginning just swinging your sword and you picked up your skills much, much more quickly throughout each map and you drastically increased in power throughout each map, then that would be it. No, definitely not D&D. D&D is an RPG. But the way the system works is each run is sort of a self-isolated event that is based off of all of your previous right, but you don't keep the items necessarily in a roguelite. At the end of the run, everything that you accumulated becomes some sort of a point or some sort of XP or something like that. That changes how your runs in the future will be affected, but you don't get to keep all that stuff for the next run. So you like do a little run and then you lose all your power-ups and then you start over again gaining more frequent, better power-ups in the next run because of all the experience and stuff that you spent based on the previous runs. And so they lend themselves really well to crafting systems because all of those power-ups that you get could be stats that are added to the gear that you're making, right? All of the stuff that you're keeping to level up your little base camp could be stuff that you were using to level up your profession. And so I just play yourself a roguelite sometime and imagine that every time you're going through a run, you're actually making an item. And so it would take, 15 to 45 minutes, depending on the system, to make each item. Because the reason you have to gather so many mats, right? The reason I have to spend so much time gathering when it comes to these crafting systems is because this doesn't absorb any of my playtime. And so 100% of the playtime that is being absorbed by the crafting loop has to be absorbed by the gathering part of the crafting loop. And so you could drastically reduce the amount of time you needed to spend, walking up to a rock and smacking it with a pickaxe or zapping it with a laser. And instead, you could create, an interesting gathering loop that required maybe a more intricate series of button presses or something like that, because you wouldn't have to do nearly as much of it, and you would only be getting the rarest, most important materials for that craft as part of your gathering loop. And so it's just about spreading out some of the time burden, and it's about creating gameplay loops that require different subsets of skills. So, you have, for example, a lot of roguelikes can be like card games or turn-based RPG games or something like that. And those are very different skill sets than the fighting of an action RPG game like Dune is. And so now your best players are not also your best crafters, right? You don't want your most prolific PvPers to also be the people who have all the resources and have access to all the best schematics and all that stuff. Because when you have that, you have a very narrow focus of who the top players are in your world. But if multiple skill sets are required to be good at different things in your game, then you broaden the number of people who can sit at the top, which means you flatten some of that curve when it comes to, who's good and who's bad. And you give people, maybe I'm just ass at PvP, but I love this game. I can still go out with the best gear. I can still outfit my team with the best gear because maybe I'm really good at the crafting loop of the game. And so I get to excel still, even if it's by different means. And as things stand, that doesn't exist in any of these games, right? Everything, the risk versus reward system forces every encounter or every player to be a combat player and to be specifically a single type of combat player. right? I'm out here gathering resources and it's all combat. And if I go into the PvP zone to gather resources, it's all combat. And I'm obviously shit at combat. All right, just give me 3 of these things. Oh my god, just one. I'm gonna lose it. I am actually gonna lose it. Can I please get some armor plates? I hate this game. What are you doing to me, game? Oh, I forgot to put all my stuff away too because I'm an asshole. Oh, so dumb. Like, why I went back to my base was to go put stuff away while I went to go find more armor plates. You claim it's not in the cards. The fate is pulling you miles away, out of reach from me. But yeah, I mean, by this game's standards, I'm crafting right now. This is the crafting loop of this game. Is running out and shooting people in the face with my gun. That's not crafting. Game said, oh, you need 50 armor plates. Best I can do is 5. Exactly. Exactly. This game is fucking me, dude. I don't know why. I mean, I did badmouth it on the internet last night. Like, hard. But still. My most recent video about the most recent patch was not flattering. I believe my exact words were garbage tier. Yeah, the new patch came out at about 3:30 last night or this morning. Oh, really, Charles? Oh, really? It's rogue light or rogue like. They're kind of interchangeable. There's a minor difference between them. But either of those things will work. Probably the one that I think lends itself best to a crafting system is called Slay the Spire. So just looking into Slay the Spire would probably give you a good idea of what I'm talking about. Why you shoot me? I mean, I know I shot you, but... Oh, sure, wait until I'm all out of bullets to start firing back. What an asshole. What if we rewrite? Is all this stuff back? All this stuff is back, isn't it? My gracious. What do I get rid of here? Kind of want everything. I want these pumps, though. It is a little like Hearthstone, except so look at the structure of the run. As you go down those different paths and choose, the different enemies to fight or the different encounters to have, instead of those encounters rewarding you with, well, in addition to those encounters rewarding you with like extra cards or something like that for your run, imagine that each of those encounters also adjusted the stats or the structure of the item you were building, right? So maybe I'm a swordsmith and I'm making a sword. And so the first couple of options I have are like attack speed, attack damage, parry chance, or something like that. And so I start going down these different paths and I start moving between the paths using that pathing system that it has. And I start choosing, right, what am I trying to make? And the further I get into the run, the better the item can be up to, an exalted tier or something like that, or a legendary tier. And so maybe I'm really bad at that loop, but I can still get a basic item out, right? I can still craft, um, the blue tier of sword that I need, and that's great, and that's good enough for most things. Um, and or maybe I'm really really good at it, right? I'm literally a legendary, renowned crafter in the game, and I'm super good at the gameplay loop, and so I can frequently get all the way up to like purple tier. So you come hire me when you've got lots and lots of currency, and then I'll go literally spend game time, right? Instead of just clicking a couple of buttons, you come tell me what you want. You maybe give me whatever the special material is that you needed to be able to craft that item, the dragon's heart stone, or whatever cool item it was you had to go out and do something special to get. And then I craft your item with my honest skill at the game loop. And so now we have this sort of interconnectivity between players with disparate skill sets. And that is fun. That is cool. And I am going to lose my temper.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But it could be a game like this, right? So this is a third person shooter. And inside of that third person shooter, you could have people who are good at, ooh, I want that. Yeah, we got to get rid of something. Let's get rid of this. I want that drill shot. Love it. All right, I need one more armor plate. One more Mothermuckin' armor plate.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I used to not be allowed to cuss when I was a kid. Pooh Bears, I like it. I used to say fudge a lot instead of fuck. I'd say fudge. Okay. Y'all are just in a really bad spot. I can't see dick right now. Don't you throw that fucking thing at me. Oh, there you are. Come here, dude. Don't run. Don't run. Here we go. Yeah. I think that dude just reloaded and I saw his magazine fall on the ground. Okay. I have my 11 armor plates. Goodness. Jiminy Cricket catfish pie was ours. Nice. Hey, just an hour and a half. I think you're going to make it. I think you're both going to make it. And I'll be here for you. Rambling on about dumb shit that nobody cares about. Why are there enemies in my way? Okay, thank you for all the lag. Bye-bye. Why did I stop running? I can't sprint? What's going on, game? Stop trying to get me killed. Oop. Speaking of dumb shit, I decided I wasn't putting up with the new Searing Fang stuff, so I left that server. Now I'm just focusing on the server I'm on with my wife. Yeah. Yeah, I should have just given leadership to one of y'all. But in my brain at the time, it was something that y'all wouldn't have wanted because you had said you didn't want leadership roles. And so I just gave it to a person who said they did want leadership roles, but I knew that bad things were going to happen because of that. I should have just given it to one of y'all. But I didn't take the time to totally reason out the decision. So that's on me. Yeah, for some reason you can't reset intel points. Which is hella dumb. Alright, let's get this. Oh, I do have a Mark IV cut array on here. How did I get a Mark IV cut array on here? Is this the second Mark IV cut array I've found? I'm fucking fancy, dude. Fucking fancy. How come I can't? Oh, it's all these blood packs. That's the freaking problem. And the 3 deciliter Johns. All right, now let's do this thing. So all I need is this whole piece right here, and we got a whole ass ornithopter. Oh yeah, I've got 4 wings already. I got really lucky. I found a storage, a generator, and an engine. So I didn't even have to make those pieces. And then I made the 4 wings yesterday. So now we're going to put this bad boy together. Booyah. Ornithopter. No fuel remaining. Should probably get a little bit of fuel. Yeah, I made them last night while I was dinking around off stream. All right. Well, we've got, let's see, one more piece of gear I need. And that is this house burst drill shot. I need 12 more aluminum ingots. We're making 12 more aluminum ingots. If I could keep my focus long enough, I am shocked at how much energy it takes to continue to talk, or even just to continue to look at the chat in case there's someone there. I'm always shocked every day at how much that takes out of me and how tired it makes me. So honestly, after the 8 hours, or well, honestly, I only stream about 7 hours most days. So after the 7 hours of streaming and just talking for 7 hours, I have the energy to play. I just don't have the energy to keep streaming it. Otherwise, I would totally only play while I streamed. Because it honestly feels like a waste to me to be putting in time into the game and not streaming. But unfortunately, that's just not in the cards. You say it's not in the cards. I can put this in my backup tool now, which is fucking great. But actually, let's break out our customizer here. Let's get our swatches out. Let's get all blue again. Yo, that was coming over the horizon there. That scared the shit out of me. I almost pooped. Blue ornithopter. We'll say you have a very common voice and you just talk all the time. It's a huge plus when it comes to streaming. There are a lot of smaller streamers that sit there and only respond to people who talk in chat. Yeah, you can just hold down the mouse button in the first place. And I did not know that, Gilbert. I did not know that. Yeah, so I actually have quite a bit of a public speaking background, Daima. Um, Even all the way back when I was in elementary school, in the fourth grade and the fifth grade, I did the announcements every morning for my school over the PA. And then in middle school, I was in the journalism department, and we did. I was one of the anchors for the weekly like news show that we did, and then I also ran the AV because I was the only one who could put that stuff together. Um, and then I've been in musical theater and doing theater since I was about 10, so this all comes very natural to me. Uh, I just am naturally a talker. So you ever get into that tape? No, I didn't. Um, when I was a kid, so my junior year of high school, I went to a charter school for the performing arts, and it was in a bigger city in New Mexico where they do some like movie stuff and stuff like that. And so I went and I got some headshots done, and I went to a couple of casting calls. But at that time, I was less than emotionally stable. And so I ended up dropping out of high school actually, and I never graduated. And that was kind of the last time I forayed into any sort of potential professional work. I always wanted to be an actor when I was a kid professionally, but it just never really came to fruition. But honestly, I think that streaming is a little bit like acting, and it's why I think I enjoy it so much. I'm I'm an attention seeker. I like being the center of attention. I especially like being the center of attention on my terms. Makes me very happy. Yes, exactly. Let's open up a restaurant in Santa Fe. Sunny Santa Fe would be nice. Let's open up a restaurant in Santa Fe and leave this to the roaches and the mice. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with Rent, but that is easily one of the best songs in that whole show, in probably all of musical theater, honestly. And I don't know the name of the actor who played it in the movie, but the second, yes, 525,600 minutes. 525,000 moments so dear. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year? In daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee. Yeah, I love that song too. Yeah, that song really does have that feeling of, stop and take stock of your life and remember that you only have so much time and you should really just do things to enjoy it. Definitely, definitely. That's why I like musicals so much. I don't really listen to a lot of regular music. Um, I like musicals so much because there's always like a lot of story and meaning and stuff like that uh, behind the words. And I'm a lyrics kind of person. I don't really care so much about the instrumentals. If you had $525,600 in bank account, and it reset January 1st every year without fail, let somebody ruin a day. Ruin a whole day for $525,000? Hell yeah. Well, you could ruin a whole week. Person's got 2 scouts and an assault in here. Oh, and he's just gonna let me into his base? Let's go explore. No! Let me steal your things. Trying to figure out how to type it out, word it in the right way. Do you mean that if you had that much money, would it even be possible for somebody to ruin your day? So it's not possible to trap people in the Haga Basin in this game, Charles, because you can just exit the game and then travel to a different siege, and it just uh, takes you to Griffin's outpost. But I was about to do something. Why did I come back here? I was gonna do a thing. Yeah, it always takes you to Griffin. So then you just come back into your server. You could build around somebody's ornithopter and lock their ornithopter in, and you wouldn't be able to get your ornithopter back. But you can't lock a person in, which is a really good reason to always keep your ornithopter in your tool. In inches, in miles, in laughter and strife. 525,600 minutes. Such a strong song. Or from The Greatest Showman, uh This Is Me is also an extraordinarily powerful song. It gets me right in the feels every time. Ooh, I have 98 research points. Yo! Is there anything in the steel tier that I still need? I don't think so. Let's go ahead and unlock storage containers for show. Definitely need that. Definitely need better compactors. I definitely want full suspensor belts. We want Scout Orny storage. All right, that's good enough for now. So first thing we're going to do, actually, is we're going to go to the advanced trainers in Arrakis. And we're going to do the advanced trainer missions. Oh my goodness. My ornithopter's so slow. It only goes 160. 4K. I put it together with a bunch of broken parts. The storage, the PSU. So the only two parts that are actually kind of broken are the engine and the PSU. This is the radar, and this is the storage. So these two parts won't ever really take damage while I'm here in the open world, or in the Haga Basin. And these two parts will only really slowly take durability damage. So I've got a good couple of days before I need to replace those pieces. Got a good couple of days. Let's go to Arrakis. So in case you all hadn't noticed, the really important locations have these rings around them to help you find the center, so you don't actually have to get right on top. As long as you can see one of the rings. Right here's one of the biggest rings here. And you're good. I will say I get lost in this fucking map. I didn't know this for a long time. But you can totally track the locations. So there's a world map. You just hit Arrakis, space track location. And now you'll notice that this little indicator used to point in the direction I was going. And now it points in the direction of the place I'm trying to go. There's a fucking tracking. For sure. I didn't know either for a long time. I just kind of found where everything was and remembered. But yeah, there's definitely a tracking. Find a tree, eat a leaf. That's my tracking. Yeah. No, don't ever do that again. Decree signed. Ooh, we got 25% crafting reduction. Kind of want to join Lisan Algooners. Wow. Wow. We can get a plasma cannon this week. Holy shit. Wait, what? I kind of want a plasma cannon. What do I got to deliver? Spice melange for 6 a piece for 10,000? So I'd have to get like 2,000 spice melange to turn in almost. Gross. Gross. Kind of worth it though. Kind of worth it. So this is where... nope, this is not where. It's over here. So if you go into... For those of you who maybe haven't found them yet, if you go into the saloon here and head all the way to the back, something you'll notice, and this will help you identify them in the future, you have these little blue diamonds. So anybody with a blue diamond over their head is a trainer. There are some people with blue spheres. Specifically, it's got to be a blue diamond. Yeah, peace out, Charles. Have a good day.
The Mentat has to share in the choice of whether I require assistance. No. The past, my syndicate find member of Mentat.
I highly recommend doing both the Mentat and the Trooper together because they take you to the same places. I don't know what the blue spheres are for. I just know that sometimes people have blue spheres. I only figured out what the well, there's one of the little clan dudes, so let's go find out. This person has a blue sphere. Nope, no blue sphere. They just have their little house symbol in front of them. I just know that diamonds are trainers. That's the only one I figured out.
Say, stranger. Okay, if you can't make it any worse, I promise.
Come on, trooper, it can't be as bad as all that. I want you to train me.
I want a shipping container packed with fresh Akazi white. Keep walking, and yet How about you walk away, parson, before I share my fist with your face? Well, what do you? Oh, look. Yes, it's shit. Then some So, well, you can't get. Then a special machine. Again, I don't know how it works. No way. Nope. What's it to you? Because I don't let anyone touch my feet. Ask Gurney Hall. Then what?
Nobody wants to touch your feet, lady.
Well, you would, but ask around.
She is a bitch.
A lot of questions. Father was a gift devastated. I thought stabbing him through the eye was a kindness. Although the look turned out he gave me some. My enlistment papers were adjusted. No, there was no. So we drugged. There was nothing left. Kill the enemy, drink beer. None of your damn business. Some days it is. It's a fun little thing. Not like a bullet.
Okay.
You know that. That's precise. Ooh,
Somebody needs to train me.
And nothing personal. But yeah. How do I even? No, don't answer. All right then. I need you to find a slaver camp in these particular.
Hey, we figured it out.
I want you to pull that off, Boot. I'm in, Sergeant. The details are.
Don't make me call you Sergeant. That was one of the things I hated the most about the military. I hate these people. It is a pain in the ass, but that's okay. We've got it now. So the Mentat one, if I remember correctly from the last time, I should do the first step of the Mentat one first. And then it'll take me straight to the same place as the Trooper one. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, for real. If you chose Trooper, you should just automatically not have to deal with that bitch. That seems correct to me. Yeah, right? I don't have to call you Sergeant if you haven't accepted me into the ranks yet. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. So get off your high horse and stop ruining my life. I think I actually want to come in like right here. I love that you can just leave and go in anywhere. And it actually changes your location on the map. It is dope. Dope a lope. Be-do-dee-doo. I think I just stepped into the friggin' Twilight Zone. Keeps putting out my landing gear because I think I'm not actually high enough. I think I'm like inside of the... Maybe we should go ahead and get a little more elevation here so nothing bad happens. Hey, there we go. That was creepy as shit. Like Betty had a child, ram-a-lam. Oh, right. This person wants to, like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
What? No, wait. You'll find Starkey.
Let's make sure we know where the trooper one is going to take us so we know when they catch up to each other. Enter the slaver base. Interrogate. Enter the gang base. Okay, so we got one more person to interrogate, and then we're going to the same place. This first advanced trooper quest is actually much faster than the first Mentat quest. Just in general, I think the trooper quests are a little bit quicker. They've got less parts. But we're going to do all the trooper, and then we're going to do all of the swordmaster and the other one. Oh, fucked it up. I picked Mentat. I didn't actually pay attention to what the bonuses are that they gave you. I chose Mentat because I want to use a sniper, and because Mentat has all the headshot bonuses. And that is it.
Don't like your looks. How the hell do you...
I don't care.
Fine. I'm through.
How do you get the turret? It's the Mentat. Yeah, Trooper gives you the bonus for hitting center mass. It also gives you just flat rifle damage and flat scattergun damage. I think it gives you flat rifle damage. Nope, maybe not. All weapon damage and then drill shot damage. So the drill shot is insanely good. I like it a lot. Keeps me from having to worry about meleeing at all. But the reason I like it so much is it has an insane range. It's not quite as good as the range of the sniper, but it has a really, really long range, so I get to hit those butt faces with the shields from downtown. Ooh, I have a compactor. My spice. You can collect the spice by hand. You just have to run away when the worm comes. I could have gotten a little more out of that. Gotten a little over 300, maybe like 350, but that's fine. I'm not really trying to get a ton of spice. I just like to get myself a little leg up. Of course, honestly, I can go out into the PvP or the PvE zone of the deep desert now and get as much spice as I want for free. So that actually feels pretty nice. See, now this, oh, is how you enter an encampment. Coming off the roof with a sniper rifle, then out the herd a little bit. Or fall down. Read whatever that is. Hey there, bud. Oh my gosh, how many of you are there? There's somebody else here just messing people up with a freaking melee weapon. Okay. So we've done I think we just did the trooper one. Yep. Deliver the 2 transmitters. Okay, so that one's done. So now I just gotta search for information, find the mimic film. Okay. Bye-bye. Hey. Nope, talking to myself again. All right. So what I was saying there is calibrated servos and complex machinery. Some of these gray items can be some of the most important items you have when you're starting to develop your infrastructure. So don't turn your nose up at some of those resources. They are wildly important. Looks like here is the information I need. And here is the thing I need to interact with. Then I just need to sabotage one more thing. And then I think I'm good. Sabotage the buggy. And if I'm not mistaken, it now says go to a different place. Yeah, see, this one is just so much longer. I've already beaten the trooper one, just sort of by accident. This one's like, fly to 16,000 places. Oh, did I not get the intel here? I think there's intel here. Let's see if I've picked it up already. Okay, already picked it up. Never mind. We're good. Good thing there's no crashing into walls damage. Choom, choom. The Chattel Passage. Oh, there's a dude literally on top of me. Okay, enough killing. Victoire. I have got to start learning to turn on my freaking shield. Like, I have a shield. Take 2 or 3 times as many hits if I would just wear the shield. Or use the shield. It's not even that hard. Just press one button. Okay, entered Chattel Passage. Now where is my intel? It is above me. It is below me? Hey, there it is. And now we want to deliver the mimic fill. Oh, sabotage the comms console. Okay. This one is above me. Sabotage. Fail. Right, now it says return to Arrakis. Yup. All right, time for some double pips. On some of our skills, we'll get double pips on our turret, which will be real nice. Then we'll get triple pips on our turret. The triple pip turret, OP as fuck. Triple pip turret. So delicious. Where do I unlock all the other trees at? Pinnacle Station has... Okay, so you have Trooper. If I'm not mistaken, Anvil Trading Post has Mentat. Pinnacle Trading Post has Swordmaster. And there's another trading post just southeast of Misataril that I don't think anybody ever actually goes to, and I believe that's where you get the Bene Gesserit. But I have never actually done the Bene Gesserit tree, so don't quote me on that. Also, I always start Mentat, so I don't actually know where the first Mentat trainer is. I'm only assuming it's an Anvil, because there's four trading posts, and there's 4 trainers. So it stands to reason to me that the basic trainers would all be in each of those 4 trading posts, and then the advanced trainers are 2 each in the main villages. So Arrakis has Trooper and Mentat, and then Arco Village has Bene Gesserit Swordmaster for the advanced trainers. So I would do them in groups of 2 like that. I would do Trooper and Mentat together because they kind of line up. And then I would do Bene Gesserit and Swordmaster together because I assume they will also kind of line up. The turret's OP. I like it a lot. It makes me happy. I wish I could just always skip that cutscene. That'd be cool. Run back here and talk to this dipshit. I know. Life is so hard.
You have brought me useful data. Give it to me. Oh, yes. I calculated you returning a half hour ago. Ah, yes. I was lost with it. Yes. I would like you to present our findings to what would make... I will trade. Make...
I don't get level 2 pips until the next one? Really? Why are you ruining my life like that, dude? Give me my pips. My character is already so much stronger as far as equipment is concerned than the character that I had on that server we were all playing on.
Where the hell have you been?
It's silly.
Let me see. This. You're back. You're not.
Trooper reporting for trading.
Every slave I got mad and smashed. Then it isn't. I'm working on. You're back. All right, boot. No. I have a guy. That's exact. The coordinates are. She takes orders. Order a Kirana brandy. As always, the deed.
All right, this one involves doing stuff here, I believe. Or is it in Harco? And okay, yeah, this one takes me to Harco. So I can do this one Just right here. Level 2 pips. P-I-P-S. Sorry, so that's what these little dots are. Just sort of universally. Dots like this that can be filled in to identify like how many times something has been done is known as a pip. I am not saying pimps. I'm not cool enough to say the word pimp with any sort of authority. I'm just a nerd in a t-shirt playing video games. There ain't nothing pimply about me.
You were expected. Don't look so shocked. As the Duke,
You got
Master of Assassins, you enter Roma City as you please. Cause no trouble. Zane the Wit, you said. Thank you. While having this information,
Only a complete degenerate would refer to bodyguards as pimps. I could just imagine now walking around with a couple of bodyguards being like, yeah, these are my pimps. Like, just what ridiculousness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's good times. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that that happened. Who'd have thought that talking about pips would lead to that conversation? That's fantastic. This is why I love the internet. So much more opportunity for insanity.
I calculated you returning. You've returned. What? That is fair. It is. You can work your. Sometimes, when you have learned this about the plunge or give yourself to peculiar.
Give yourself to computation. Oh, yeah.
Calculated you returning a half hour ago. I require to harvest the data I require to impress upon the Atreides. What a useful asset. I must be of use. Good. Very good.
Hey, what's up, Gravy? Solo run's going good. We're all decked out in our aluminum gear, and we are running the quests now for all of the skill trainers. I just got my double pips here. Yeah. We just got strong. Double pimps. How are you doing? You started a guild. Fantastic. Daima will do the leadership. All right. Let's go to Harko. Beat the asshole that kicks people. Actually, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick and grab a soda out of the kitchen. I'll be back in 2 secs. All right. All right, let me catch you up here a little bit. Now I'll be the asshole. You be the good leader. Your vibe's off, homie. This ain't good cop, bad gravy. Start mining iron. I think I'm going to set my stream stuff up tonight. Get all that set up. Nice. Very nice. Oops, talking to myself again. So you can see the ships are actually people flying their own ships. Then those little white lights are people taking the taxi back and forth. So you can actually see like where the important locations are based on those little white lights. Yeah. Yeah, I was muted. Oh no, I was explaining to you what they were while I was circling them. I was just fucking muted and had to go back and re-explain. It wasn't your fault. It was mine. I am an actual clown. Actually. Okay, why do I have to hold this button for so long? Like, I get holding it a little bit, but our smuggler contact is nowhere to be seen. That's right, I get arrested here or something, don't I? Pretty sure I'm about to get arrested. Hey, what's up?
Welcome to Hannah's. Follow 3. Rule number, you must stay.
Nobody cares.
Rule number 3, Amanushka.
You have too many rules.
My place. That's a special drink.
there anything else with that? You're the second one looking for Tuco in the past week. Same thing I'm gonna tell you.
But I knew the passphrase.
Kara sent you, huh? Tuco must have filed Tuco's asleep. See that room at the back? It's a saloon. He doesn't have a choice. The smugglers keep. If you want to find, it's written in.
Okay. Boop. Read the ledger. Talk to the angry lady again. I thought bartenders were supposed to be personable.
That's a special drink. Was there anything else?
Okay. What does this one do? Locate Tuco's stash in Jabal Ifrit. Report back to Kara. Locate specific deserter camp. Locate blood samples from Atreides deserters. So I need to actually go get a blood pack again. From my base, maybe. Bread and chicken. Sounds delicious. Anything with chicken sounds delicious. I love chicken. In a different planet that's an alien. Maybe. They might be humans. Maybe they came from Earth. I don't know if there's an Earth in the Dune mythology. I don't actually know anything about Dune mythology. Why is it showing me in a scout ornithopter? Silly geese. I came here. Sorry, an assault ornithopter. I came here in a scout. It's showing me in an assault. Bunch of freaking silly billies, dude. Caladan is like Earth. Right, but I wanted to actually, because if it's human-like people from another planet, they're not humans, right? Because human is a very specific species. So unless there is an Earth in the Dune lore, and all of these people technically come from, Earth, then they're not really humans. And you're right, they're aliens. They could be humanoids, for sure. For sure. But humanoid isn't really a scientific distinction of, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Did you ever play Once Human, Daima? Pretty good game. Pretty good. Honestly, I might make my base over here, because you come in and you plop down right there. So I wonder if I could, take over this rock. Build my base on this rock. Got it. Always loved Ark, but man, is that game a shit show. Let me put away my deck of Leader John here. Deck of Leader John full of water, can't be giving that up. Harkonnens look weird. Yeah, my Harkonnen looks weird actually. Bam. Ah. Goldilocks over here. So I've got another 98 search points research points already. That's what's up. What do I need? I need to get to 7. Oh, I only need 200 more. Nice, dude. Let's go look over here. I probably want this. I don't really care about the sand bike booster. I don't really care about the tier 4 buggy storage. Don't really care about tier 4 buggy assembly. Because we're going to skip all this and we're going to go straight to this tier. So we'll skip on all that. Skip on a lot of this. We'll get the power pack just in case. That's dope, dude. Love leveling up. We'll get the rad suit because we're definitely going to have that. We'll get a Vulcan just because why not? All right, that's good for now. Hey, we only need 110 more points before we're freaking Duraluminum tier. We are cruising. I'm level 57. Have I ever built what, a Vulcan? Yeah, I had a unique Vulcan on the last server called the Extravagant Message. Oh, the spice mask. No, I have never built a spice mask. Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to drop this fast either, Gravy. I imagine that the old guild is probably pretty mad. They seem like the griefer type. I am also mad, but not because I don't want them to do things to help PvE players, because I think their decision was stupid. And they went about it the wrong way. Deserter camp or... Alright, this one's closer. Let's track this. Yeah, I mean, you can't... I made a video about the update and I put a bunch of stuff going on in Reddit. But the point is that risk-reward systems are disproportionately punishing to casual or less skilled players. Which means, A, it's extremely difficult for new players to start playing a game. It's extremely hard to get new players to start playing a game that has been out for a while with a risk-reward system because they're going to lose a lot. And so the learning curve just gets worse and worse and worse as you go. This is where I'm supposed to be, right? Surely. Nope, down there. They do need to make huge nodes in the contest points should be so much bigger than they actually are. I don't know why the contest points are like 10 feet across. But if the contest points were like legitimately large, then I'm supposed to scan the area? Are you serious? You better not make me do it with a hand scanner. You better let me do it with my ship scanner, or I will lose my shit. I'm not getting any lag. Is my stream freaking out? so fucking dumb. Can I craft like a basic ass version of a hand scanner? No, of course not. I fucking hate this game. I can't read your chat anymore. My laptop turned off. Let me get it turned back on real quick. I forgot to set up my mouse without borders. So I forgot to make it so that my laptop isn't on power save mode or whatever. Sorry. Now y'all just have to listen to me ramble. Because I can't see the chat. It's gone. Oh, I didn't need a hand scanner. Oh, I do need... Okay. So it's right here where I can freaking see it. Ooh, game. You just be trying...
Dimmer says you just have Stream Manager on the laptop.
Yeah, I've just got my chat and my notifications. So anytime somebody subs or follows or anything like that, it pops up on the laptop so I can read it. And all the chat and stuff is on the laptop, and it sits sort of a little ways away from me. I used to just have it all on one computer, and I ran a dual monitor. But when I moved a couple of weeks ago, I broke one of my monitors. And it was really old. It was an old TV that I bought years and years and years ago. I was just using it as, you know, a secondary monitor. But I've had it for, I don't know, 12 or 13 years, and it finally just kind of crapped out on me, I think. But when I plugged it in, it started smoking, so don't think I'm gonna be able to fix it. Pretty sure it's just gone. So I just used the laptop instead. It works fairly well. It's just an old, busted laptop. It doesn't really have any values, so. One second. All right, and the chat is back. Let me turn on my mouse without borders and get that set up. As long as I have my mouse without borders turned on, then it registers as like having a mouse attached and actually being active. So it doesn't go into like its weird sleep mode or whatever. Yeah, we're good. But if I don't have my mouse without borders active, it's on a timer to just shut itself off. And I've tried to stop it from doing that, but it doesn't seem to want to stop doing that. So, whatevs. What did I come here for? To make a flippin' hand scanner. That's what I came here for. Do I even have the hand scanner learned? There we go. I'm gaming and streaming all on one PC. Hang on. Is the stream running now, or is it still broken? Anyway, yeah, I game and stream all on one PC, but the way it works is I use NVIDIA GeForce Now to play my games because my computer's pretty old. So, like, it wouldn't run Dune. So I basically use a dual PC setup for streaming, but my computer is the streaming computer, and then NVIDIA GeForce Now's remote machine is the machine that runs my game, and I just get a stream for it. So I have to have really good internet in order to stream this way, because it's downloading a ton of information and uploading a ton of information all at the same time. So I have a fairly high-end connection with an unlimited data service, because I can run through, over a terabyte of data, because I stream, or I try to stream, about 200 hours a month. And so playing 200 hours a month, downloading all that data from the NVIDIA GeForce Now and then uploading my stream, I eat a huge amount of data every month. But it works out okay. And I don't really notice any issues as far as, like game performance or anything like that. Doesn't really get negatively affected. They investigate the mineral extraction facility. All right, is this both going to take me to the same place again now? I think it might. Let's see. Investigate the mineral extraction facility. No, it's not. Okay, well, we'll go to the mineral extraction facility first. That's fine. There was an explosion. Not as far as I'm aware, Daima. I was never able to figure anything out like that. Not that I tried very hard, because that's not something I personally was interested in. But I'm not aware of any way you can do that. Just blasting people in the heads. And you get shot in the face. And you get shot in the face. Everybody gets shot in the face. The tools in this game for managing your guild are dookie. Like, straight up dookie. Or Tuco. Tuco died. Report back to Kara. I'm not gonna do that. I'm in a radiation zone. Run away! Yeah. The only reason that they would want to have a second guild, so there's no point in having two guilds like that unless your expectation is for the Haga Basin Guild to funnel resources to the Deep Desert Guild. And I know for a fact that that's what they want, because that's what they were already doing. Because they were already taking resources that I was farming in Haga Basin to try and get that guild base built up to go and build their stupid Deep Desert Fob. So they don't want to have two guilds. They want to have their PvP buddies, and then they want to have, you know, a bunch of people to just funnel them crap because they're griefers. They want to go out there and they want to have, you know, plenty of missiles and all that stuff to down people and to thumper their thopters and do all that garbage. Yeah, they want a feeder guild. Because they're not willing to do the PvE stuff required to be able to do the PvP stuff. So they want somebody else to do it for them because they're weak. Of course they were. That's how freaking projection works. You always blame everybody else for doing the things that you yourself are doing. An inability to share and support others, and a fear that you're being taken advantage of, and, you know, living your life and basing your decisions and stuff like that off of that fear. And so having to have some sort of tight control over everything that's going on around you is not an expression of strength. Right? That's an expression of weakness. If you were strong, then you would recognize the value that you're gaining through shared infrastructure. You would recognize, oh, I forgot to get a blood sack. I'm an idiot. You would recognize the value that you're gaining by teaming up is vastly greater than any value that you're losing because somebody borrowed your resources so that they could repair their gear real quick, or whatever other thing happens to be going on. But most people only see the immediate action there, which is somebody stole my resources. And so as much as I was farming and as many resources were going out, I wasn't terribly frustrated by the fact that I was using considerably more resources than I was farming. What frustrates me is that players who were significantly further along were utilizing resources that were designed to build guild infrastructure for their own personal idea of what we should be doing was. And that was annoying me. At the first assault we built back, just walked in and took it back. I mean, yeah, it was yours, right? You owned it. So there was no way they could have stopped you from taking it back unless they had permissions to dismantle it. But if they didn't have permissions to dismantle it, they would have never been able to do anything with it anyway. I love flipping over and doing a backflip. Makes me happy. Whoa. Okay, angry sniper dude. That scared the crap out of me. Oh, that's fine with me. Yeah, copy away, dude. It was probably generated by AI. I generated a lot of the walls of text, except for like the daily downloads and stuff. I generated a lot of that stuff with AI. I just kind of told it like, this is what I'd like it to say. Make it sound like somebody who actually speaks English wrote it. Because I am very articulate with spoken words, but I am not nearly as articulate. Is this the person I'm supposed to suck blood out of? Oh, Atreides deserters. Okay. Hey, y'all want to go ahead and die? Would be fantastic. Okay, homie. Okay, multiple homies. Okay. Okay. things got a little out of hand there for a minute. Things are getting a little out of hand again. We did it, chat. I have 2 hit points left. That's fine. Did you see the crowd inside the new PvEDD? Someone posted a video. No, I didn't see the crowd. So I have a big problem with the new PvEDD. I've already seen people posting videos about, people building bases over nodes and stuff like that. The whole thing's just gonna be a shit show. Don't think it was well thought out. Don't think it was a good idea. They rushed it out too quick, and all they did was just give people what they wanted. And that's not your job as a dev. Your job as a dev is to give people what they need and ignore what they want. And what they need is a faction system that actually fudgin' works. It's not that hard. Handheld life scanner. I'm going to keep yelling about this. I don't care if I'm screaming into the void and nobody listens. This is the hill I will die on with this game. It has to have a faction PvP system. Or it will devolve into a grief fest and everyone will quit. Oh, there's still one more person here that I'm supposed to kill, apparently. Whoops. Good thing I didn't get very far. To not leave my vehicle on the roof. Like some sort of clown. Well, yeah, because the PvP system is permissive of griefers. If you have all the resources you need, if you have all the resources you need and all you want to do is PvP, then your best course of action is to just go out into the deep desert and kill everyone you see on site. Or if you even have more nefarious goals and you're intentionally trying to ruin people's progression and stuff because you think that's what it means to win, then all you have to do is go out into the deep desert and kill everyone on site. And because you can't be equipped for both gathering and PvP at the same time, it's honestly really easy to kill those people and to grief those people. Because you just go out with the intent of PvP and they go out with the intent of gathering and you win 100 times out of 100. I'm totally fine. Again, there are lots of things about this game that don't work because of specifically the GVG model or the guild versus guild model. I'm totally fine with not being able to have rockets and saddlebags, but only in a situation where there's some other way for me to defend myself. And so that other way for me to defend myself needs to be my faction allies. If I can go out there with nothing but saddlebags, but I know that there are members of my faction who are out in the deep desert near me somewhere that I can go run to who have an incentive, who have a motivation to assist me when I'm being attacked, because the system, right? Not the kindness of their hearts. This is a video game. There's no personal motivation of like shame or anything like that would keep a person from, ignoring somebody who's getting attacked or something like that. In a video game, if I see you getting attacked and there's a potential that I'll lose something if I go and join in to defend you, then I don't feel the same necessarily sense of shame that I would feel if I saw somebody getting mugged and didn't do something to assist that person, because it's a video game, it's pixels, who gives a shit? But if you give an in-game system incentive, right, you give a reward model so that people who go out of their way to assist the other members of their faction in fights or in whatever manner, then now I can go out there with nothing but saddlebags and know that there are other forms of defense available to me. And now you have this emergent, dynamic, interpersonal gameplay going on. And you have to think, you have to set it up so that individuals can interact with all those interpersonal loops. Because a lot of people play solo, because a lot of people don't have the time to dedicate where a guild is going to want to take up one of their slots on them. Right? If you're only playing 3 or 4 hours a day, and I only get 32 slots in my guild, and I've got 33 people who want to join, but everybody else plays 6 hours and you only play 3, you're just not the right choice, right? I should get that other person because they're going to contribute more, which means everybody in the guild benefits more. And that's just, from a guild leadership perspective, it's your responsibility to get the best people in the guild that you can for the sake of everyone else in your guild. And so you have to have that, can a solo player play this game mindset? Because because you're going to have so many people playing that way, and it scales up just fine from there, right? If it works for solo players, it also works for groups. So I can go out solo with saddlebags and be defended by my faction allies, or I can go out solo with rockets and defend my faction allies. But the same thing is true as you scale that up with groups, right? I can go out solo, or I can go out with a small group with saddlebags and be defended by my faction allies, or I can go out with a small group, rockets, and defend my faction allies. And so once you have the faction system operating properly, then you now have all of these other possible options. But as it stands now, if I go out solo, every single other player in the deep desert is my enemy. Whether they're in my faction or not, they have no incentive, no motivation. In fact, they are motivated to attack me because they may be able to get some resources off of me. And there is no drawback at all. And so, of course, people are going to do that. How to implement where people know, oh, that's my faction getting attacked. So you can't implement that without fundamentally changing some stuff that already exists, right? Like the friendly fire thing would have to be taken off. I don't want that. I like the friendly fire. I think it's great. I think we should keep it on. So I think the thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to improve faction communication, right? There's no faction communication channel in this game. So I can't just talk to my faction. If there was a faction communication channel, then just within the faction, you could fairly easily set up like, hey, you know, here's the colors, or hey, here's the sign, right? Tip your right wing twice and your left wing once, and we'll know you're a member of Atreides. And that can just go out in the faction board, and eventually everybody will figure it out, right? It'll be organic. And that's totally fine. But you have to make some sort of system where you can actually communicate with your faction in order for something like that to take place. I don't know that I actually got all my quests. I don't actually think I did. I think I was talking too much and not paying attention to what I was doing. Whoopsie. But I don't think you have a choice but to keep the friendly fire in, because that's such a good... Oh, I do have the quest. Nope. Okay. So I gotta talk to these fools. But you need the friendly fire because that's such a good Zerg mitigation tactic. Right? Being able to just let Zergs kill each other is phenomenal.
Before we progress
I mean, just phenomenal.
reasoning, I have recorded the. He will see its value. He will see.
Barrel, barrel, barrel. Barrel, barrel. Gosh, 88 more research points. I'm almost duraluminum. This is fan-fucking-tastic. I'm zooming right now. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, zoom, 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 zoom. Is there anything in building that I've missed that I really need? No. Anything in planetologist? No. Anything in vehicles? Am I missing anything? No. I'm kind of running out of stuff to get. I guess I'll just get... I only want to get things that I can't get at better tiers. I guess I could get the assemblies for these. Just because if I make things at aluminum tier, that's a little easier than making them at a duraluminum tier. But I don't really necessarily want to do that. We'll see. We shall see. But because of the way that system would work, because you would be getting benefits, right? And it would be trying to promote you helping your allies, you would want to be able to be identified as your faction. It would be beneficial to try and pretend to be the other faction. That would kind of sort itself out, right? Because everybody would be trying to easily be seen as Atreides or Harkonnen, because you don't want to be getting shot by your allies. It's why being a spy is such a dangerous job, right? So if you were a spy during a legitimate war in the world, then you would have to be actively around enemy forces, pretending to be enemy forces. And if those enemy forces came under attack, nobody would know it was you, right? You would get attacked. And so the same thing would be true here most of the time, unless for some reason you were trying to infiltrate a spice mining operation or something like that. Your motivation would be to make sure that everybody knew who the heck you were, because you wouldn't want to be getting killed by your allies.
Above all, Mentat, say, then let us begin. You continue to.
I guess there is one potential problem, and that is that people unlock skill at the advanced. Do I have to?
I calculated you return. I know what we have to do. This is, when the great work is complete, it will I will be here. I calculated you returning a hut.
Okay. Anyway, so there is one potential issue, and that is people pretending to be members of the enemy faction to get you to attack and kill them. So if there was some sort of a penalty for killing members of your own faction, then people who really wanted to be ridiculous could say, I'm Harkonnen, and like shoot you and try and bait you into attacking them so that you would take the penalty.
You're back.
That would be
I feel it's the withdrawal.
a pretty extreme measure to go to
They had me.
try and grieve someone.
My wild. If you don't, there's a back out. She doesn't like. She'll know what to do. As always, boot.
Find the suck doctor in Harko Village. And I've also only taken a first pass at the idea of positive and negative forces affecting how you interact with your faction. Right? I'm one person who is not a game developer, sitting in a room by myself, bouncing ideas off of the 4 to 6 people that I have in chat at a time. And I think over the course of a week or so, we've come up with a pretty solid way that you could enforce the faction system without giving up the friendly fire and the interfaction politics and stuff like that. So if we can do that here with our limited knowledge of game development and our limited ability to communicate or test or, you know, any of that, our limited experience even, then I don't understand how an entire ass dev team of professional game developers can't find a solution. It's a little insane to me, honestly. Which means either I'm missing something profound and they've already thought of my idea and been like, yeah, no, that wouldn't work at all because this. Or they're intentionally putting out a minimum viable product because putting the extra work into making the faction system work would cost more money than it would gain them. And so they're unwilling to put that extra effort in to make a better game when they can just keep a mostly shitty game for almost the same amount of money, which is what I imagine is actually happening. Because companies suck.
Do not underestimate an amount new on more primitive worlds. What is there to tell? Well, Kara sent you. Well, none of your blood. She must be suffering terribly. Look, tell you what. Talk to Anushka.
Talk to this other nerd. Always sending me to go talk to nerds.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else? It's not my fault. The only way to get medical supply and well, the must. So if
Enter Takwa's Watch in the Haga Basin. All right. Ooh. We've been at this for 3.5 hours now. That's fantastic. Killing the game. Can't wait to get up to that duraluminum tier, get everything unlocked, start mining a ton of duraluminum. And then we will, once we can mine a bunch of duraluminum, we'll go ahead and start looking at our permanent base spot. Start thinking about heading out into the deep desert. That'll either happen a little later today or maybe tomorrow. We'll start doing that. I want to actually spend the time farming schematics for the duraluminum tier, because I want to go out into the deep desert duraluminum kitted. So I can go out into the PvP area, do testing stations, stuff like that. Maybe fight some peeps. I'm going to fly all the fudging way over there. What is this? Oh, I'm supposed to use Hunter Seeker. I don't have Hunter Seeker. Okay. So I gotta unlock all this to get to Hunter Seeker. Oh no. I did not keep enough skill points. Ruh-roh. I do want the Hunter Seeker. Don't shoot at me. I do want the Hunter Seeker drone thing. I think that'll be a cool ability. I haven't got to use it yet. I haven't had it. So. I never completed this. This is where I stopped on the Mentat quests last time. So we'll keep doing the Trooper quests until we get to the same point. And then if we don't have enough points to do that Mentat one, we'll go ahead and start moving into the Swordmaster and Bene Gesserit stuff. Just keep pushing these skill points, these research points. I only need to get to like level 120 or something like that. I'm level 61 now, so. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Is this going to take me out into the Odom? Gosh, I love the Odom. I don't want to build here again, but I might end up building here again. Such a good little spot. Oh, chicken salad. Ooh. That person's got a whole pentashield thing going on. I like it. I might actually just build myself in the cliff in the corner over here. Because this is where you go in and out right over here. And there's this whole big ass cliff over here. Let's go look. Let's go see what we might be able to do. Because we could get 5 staking units. They're all horizontal. I don't think you can build on top of any of this. You might be able to push out like into the ground here. Let's look at... Is there anything stopping you from getting like real close to the edge over there? So let's get out. I'm getting sidetracked here. I know we're supposed to be focusing on missions, but well, this is entertaining to me. Oh, you might be able to build up over there. I don't see any red spots, but I don't see any red spots over here near the wall either. So what I was kind of thinking was you build up a little bit high. Ooh. You build up a little bit high over here. And then, you know, you build your vertical units that give you the elevation down and up. And then you just build into this whole wall, and all your horizontal units go across the horizontal path here. And you could just build like a whole thing all the way across this. But I think if you started pretty high up there, because you get 5 up and 5 down, I think, when you put your unit down, your staking unit. So I mean, you could get all the way up. There's kind of a ledge right there. I think if you started up on that ledge and then started staking unit your way down, you'd want to be out from the ledge as much as possible, so you'd have as much in front of you space as possible to build. Because for the let's see, for the big staking units, you get a 10 by 10, right? I honestly can't believe that scrap buggy's still running. That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I would start it right here. This is definitely where we're building. We're going to build the first one off of here. And then we're going to build staking units across. And we're going to have 5 wide over here. And we're just going to build up onto this cliff face here. It's going to be massive. We're doing it. We're doing it. I mean, it's because the chassis and the hull and stuff like that just don't matter when it comes to durability and stuff. So they can be totally broken forever. It's only the engine, the PSU, the treads that really take all the wear. Oh, that's right. You can just drop down into this one. I remember this mission. I guess. Good deal. Glad to hear it. Way to pick yourself up. Make something good happen. Oh, okay. Asshole. Okay. Noted. Nice. Give me those armor plates. You know I need those. Give them to me. Some sort of an exit here. Pretty sure that's a player. Where am I looking here? Let's go 73 meters. I did enter Taco's watch. It wants me to come in through the front, really? Goodness gracious, game. Can I not just fall in through the sky like a badass? Oh, now it wants me to kill people. Oops, I already killed them all. Do I have to kill him here? Can I go kill him somewhere else? Let's find out. Should preserve this buggy. It's been the best buddy in the game. Yeah, I mean, it really has. You've had that buggy since like day 2. It's honestly kind of insane. Check out how far these, oh, this one shoot. Well, no, it does shoot good. That is counting now, so that's nice. So we can just kill random masquerade out here. I could just fly around, but fuck it, there's no worms. Let's just run. honestly kind of wish that I could have a sand bike and a thopter stored in my backup tool. So when I needed something on the ground, I could have it, or when I wanted something on the ground, I could have it. Because you don't really need a ground vehicle after you get a thopter, but you know, could be nice. This way. Fly, 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 fly. Boop. Getting to be about lunchtime, too. I'm getting a little hungry. Get some cheese and potato quesadillas in me. Little quesadilla. Quesadilla action.
Welcome back.
Ew,
Special drink.
ew,
Nothing else
ew,
about then.
ew. Get the medicine from the suck doctor.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treat, I don't know how many. Of course, we are square.
Turn to Arrakis. This thing's got me flying around in the big bad world a lot. Actually, I think we're going to go ahead and use this opportunity. Can I research this here? I can. Nice. I'll use this opportunity just to go ahead and get some food real quick. I am hungry. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to go make myself some quesadillas. Then we'll get back into it. Hey, look at that. I have also returned. Oh, what's up, Taco? God, I love potatoes. What a delicious food. You know, it's going really well. This is day 3. I'm level 62. We're working on our trainer quests, leveling up, getting our skills in a good spot. About to pass into the duraluminum tier. Ooh, we actually have enough to get to the duraluminum tier right now. Let's unlock a couple of things. See, I want to research the sword. Why not? I just need 10 more points, so maybe let's try and find something in a lower tier. Let's research the steel tier scout armor. It'll take us straight into duraluminum. My goal is pretty much just to fuck everybody up. I don't even think I'm going to join a faction. I think I'm just going to go out factionless and just mine resources and kill people. I think that's how that's going to go. The first thing we got to do is unlock this cut array here. No. I actually have taken a lot of inspiration from that person who made that video where they jumped out of their Orny and landed on top of that enemy carrier and just started blowing it up with rockets. That person is my personal hero. Just full send it, commando style. I think it's time for people to start trying to play this game in a couple of different ways. No. But that's okay. If I can blow up an enemy carrier and, you know, like Sandcrawler, and all I lose out of the exchange is a measly little scout ornithopter, I'm in for that. All day, all day. I believe I leave. I think it's time to go back to Arrakis. If you could pocket the scout while you were flying around on it like that, that'd be real hilarious. Arrakis. Boop, boop. Take me to church. But the thing I really want to do is I want to start moving around on the sand a little more on foot because you're just so gosh darn visible when you're on your ornithopter. And you're so easy to hear. And I honestly think that if you see a big spice blow and maybe land just a little ways away from it and be a little bit careful, you could probably avoid getting eaten by a worm for at least a couple of minutes. I mean, that guy who was running around killing that carrier and stuff was zipping around with his suspensor belt for a while. Before they I mean, like, worms kept coming and worms never got them, and they were using their suspensor belt and they were using their shield, their Holtzman shield and all that stuff, and they didn't get eaten. So I don't know if that all happened when the worm wasn't active or if that person was just getting away from the worm, or, you know, there was other stuff going on and so the worm wasn't after them or what. But it seems to me like those really big, crazy situations actually have a lot more potential for ground-based stuff than maybe we previously thought. So, you know, I think if you see a big spice bloom, then maybe land a little ways out.
Did you find Kwame? Please say you did.
Put your ornithopter in your pocket, and then just walk your ass over there. See what happens.
That's right. I still owe you training. You're back. Very good, Trooper. Let it go, Trooper. What's it to you, stranger? 'Cause I don't let anyone touch my feet. You ask her. I don't know you well. You ask a lot of Father was devastated. The young Volk hunt. I thought stabbing. Turned out he gave me something. My enlistment papers were believe it or not. But a footman. There was nothing. Kill the enemy. Drink beer. I already told you I don't know you well enough. Well, what do you think it is? You ever eat spiced Hadari buns? You wouldn't say that if... And the fact is, the rest become... And if melange, you think a little fecal matter? You're finally starting to look... While you're out, the details...
Okay, holy cow. Gotta talk to that person a lot. How many research points does it cost to get this duraluminum tier stuff? 30 each? Okay. Most important is going to be the cut array, which I got, and then the buggy cut array. So I can go do that. Let's go take a look at my skills menu. kind of want to pip up some of these, but I don't have the skills for it. Okay. Just need to keep doing missions and see what's up. Cooper. Deploy assault seekers, create attractor fields, deploy. Okay. So these are now for these things right here. Where's the assault seekers? What? Oh, there's an assault seeker. Okay. So we're going to have to get a bunch of different skills and stuff and use skills. I don't really feel like doing that right this moment. So we're going to move on to the Sword Master and the Bene Jez. And then we're going to start rocking some duraluminum. So the big deal here is we need water and power of the duraluminum tier. And that's why I'm less concerned about aluminum and more concerned about duraluminum this time. Is I noticed last time all of your infrastructure is steel or duraluminum. And so getting to duraluminum quickly and building your infrastructure out of that duraluminum is going to go a long way towards making life a little easier. So we're going to have to get lots of silicone. We're going to have to get lots of erythite for cobalt paste. We need lots of complex machinery and is it this one? Complex machinery and calibrated servos for death stills and wind turbines. Actually, we probably won't use death stills this time. I think I might go the totally passive route and just get those things that suck water out of the air. I think that might be fun. Because I'm just one person. And there's already going to be enough time spent, you know, going out gathering resources and stuff like that. I don't also want to have to get bodies and then be back at my base every hour. Yeah, but you only have to make filters like every 3 days. You can get enough filters for days worth of water generation instead of, you know, having to interact with the death stills once an hour. So you're right, it's not 100% passive, but it's as close as we can get in this game. And I honestly think that's a good thing. And then the filters, I think, aren't terribly obnoxious to make. I think there's stuff you're going to need anyway, right? Let's see, you need the particulate filters for the best ones. So you've got duraluminum, plant fiber, silicone, spice residue. Yeah, so this is all just kind of stuff you're going to have. You got to have duraluminum for rockets. You got to have silicone for basically everything. Spice residue comes from doing spice. So I think that'll work out. And then let's go in here. Let's take a quick look at our research buildings. So yeah, we've got our duraluminum wind turbines. I could have sworn. Oh, it's in the water. Right, there you go. Yeah, and then large water. So you've got regular wind traps, and then you've got large wind traps. So I just want to skip straight to this. Going to require a little bit of spice. That's easy. Lots of calibrated servos. So many calibrated servos. Okay. And then I think it's actually calibrated servos for these too. Yeah, it was complex machinery was holding me back on the death stills. Because the death stills require the complex machinery, but these just require calibrated servos. So it's all calibrated servos. Duraluminum, silicone, and calibrated servos. I think for both of those items. Cobalt paste. Okay. The duraluminum, calibrated servos, cobalt paste, and silicone. And then each of these require a little bit of spice melange each. But this is fairly easy, I think, to gather and get through. And so we'll get, let's see, this gives 350 power. This uses 135 power. So I can have 2 of these. Let's see. 135 plus 135 plus 135 plus 135 plus 135 plus 135 plus. I'm trying to get to a point where these 135s end up adding up to 350, or a multiple of 350. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm sure there's a math formula in there somewhere. Two, 4, 3, 0 divided by 3. Nope. 2, 4, 3, 0 divided by 350. Hey, what's up, Drat? You finally back home? Well, the number is so high that it's not worth it, I don't think. Because right now, if I make 10 of those wind turbines, it looks like I can make almost 26 of the large water catchers. And I don't see myself needing more than that, so... Like your own little private PvE server, eh? That's nice. Give me back my decaliter, John. We have water. Let's make aluminum. And honestly, it might be time to move the base again. They do have to level up a little more. No, gotta level up a little more first. Okay. Stop jerking around. Drop my little orny. Let's do the first Swordmaster quest. Whoops. Gotta tell it to track. Oh, talking to myself. Shit. Shit. Oh, I came back here because I wanted to bring a blood sack with me in case I need to suck somebody's blood. Because this game loves to be like, oh, you don't actually use blood sacks at all for water like you're supposed to? Cool, here's a bunch of missions where if you don't have every single tool with you, then you can get bent. Ooh. What about something like this? So I was thinking about just going on a flat canyon surface and building out of a flat canyon surface. But something like this could be a lot of fun to build out of. That's kind of interesting. Hmm. Okay, yeah, let's go murder some people with it real quick. 100%. Ain't no point in just looking at it when you can instead see it in action. Nothing like having a good excuse to commit a little wanton murder. Oop. Boop. Turret. Shotguns, people. It just broke that dude's shield, and then it killed him. So this is the tier 3 turret. It's pretty strong. They are pretty weak as far as like attacks and stuff, so you saw it just got killed there. Oh no. I'm probably gonna get murdered. Why? Oh, wrong gun. Okay. Here, we'll drop it again. Look at that. Once you get it leveled up, so I've got 3 pips on mine. I've got 3 pips on mine, so this is as strong as it gets. It's pretty good in the lower, like, copper iron tier at 1 pip. But if you don't get it leveled up, it's just like the rest of the skills, right? Like the grenades and stuff like that. They just do significantly more damage as you tier them up. But it's nice to have. Especially when you're getting mobbed down by a bunch of people. It definitely helps. You can drop it and then hide behind stuff and it'll still attack people and all that stuff. It has its own line of sight. It doesn't rely on your line of sight. So it's quite useful. I like it a lot. Nope. I think I was talking to myself some again. I think probably the thing I like about it the most is if I get downed, it'll still shoot people. And that has saved me on more than one occasion because I suck. I spend a lot of time picking myself back up off the floor. Boom. I didn't crash, you crashed. Ah, right, I remember this one. I've been here before. Nope. Oh no. Somebody's name was released on my screen. Now if anybody knows who that person is, they can find me. Don't shoot at me. You little shit. I imagine that person was probably talking to me, but I have all of my audios and stuff turned off. Specifically so that if somebody's talking in my vicinity, their name doesn't show up on my screen. I'm being really careful about nobody being able to find my server. Whatever. Let's fly this way. 2 minutes? Where's it coming from? Over here and going down this way. So it's going to catch me even where I'm going here. So I'll just have to stop and find a spot. Bummer. Better. Butter. Okay, you know what, Pillar? Get out of my way. The pillar just came out of nowhere.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So, here's another interesting thing. In the deep desert, we were building our superhighway. And one of the security features of our superhighway was that we were building really, really basic structures that had no infrastructure as part of their core building. And so obviously there was going to be no reason to attack it because that would just be a waste of time and bullets. So something that occurred to me is if you could find like a caldera that had a deep enough hole in the center. It doesn't necessarily need to be a large caldera, but a rock formation that had a deep enough hole in the center where you could put some larger structures. It'd need to be at least 2 walls. Sorry, it'd need to be at least 2 walls high for like medium spice structures or something. And you could build up foundations around the outside and then put walls over the top. And then underneath, or not walls, but ceilings over the top. So it looked like a flat, small structure. And then you could build some of your refining resources and stuff down below. You might be able to actually build a fob all the way out in the deep desert where you could potentially just leave your refining stuff out there and people wouldn't necessarily blow in. So everything that was important would be down below. You'd still want to take your resources out and stuff just in case somebody found it. But you could do all your mining and stuff, drop off all your resources. So we're going to try that. We're going to go out into the deep desert. We're going to see if we can find a formation that fits the bill. If we can't, because the PvE zone is being extended, we should probably still build a fob. We'll just want to build it right on the edge of the PvE zone. so that we can, you know, just accumulate resources and refine resources out there, because it is going to save a significant amount of travel time if we do that. But if I could manage to get something going all the way out in the deep desert, that would be hella dope. And it might be something that only works out some weeks, right? Because you need a specific rock formation. You would need to have something. Let's see if we can even find something. I don't even know if there's a rock formation like what I'm talking about here in the regular Haga Basin. It wouldn't necessarily even have to be a whole dip. It would just have to be mostly enough. Or it could even be the other way, right? If you found something like this and maybe there was a hole in the side of the canyon, you could build it here with a wall on the backside so it looked like it was complete. And then you could like build into this or something a little bit. That'd be a little more conspicuous. But if you had a wall and if you had like a hole, the outer wall that was facing where people would come from was all pentashield, and you could see into it and see the wall in the back and see that there was nothing there, then that might be good enough to keep people from wanting to waste the time, right? They might realize, hey, maybe there's something there, but do they want to invest, you know, the hour or more it would take to wait for a sandstorm and stuff over what is potentially a really small cache of stuff? I don't know. I'm not 100%. We're going to look around. We're going to see some things. We're going to try some stuff. But misdirection and obfuscation, I think, super important. Am I going in here? I think I'm going in here. I don't know who put the message about dipping in the chat yesterday, but I've had that stupid "when I dip, you dip, we dip" in my fucking head since yesterday. And I got to admit, it makes me want to fight you. Definitely thought that might have been a player. I got really excited there for a second. Would it have been a little bit rude to murder a player that was in an iron tier zone with aluminum tier weapons? Yes, it would have been rude, but I would have done it anyway. Ooh, almost got that dude. Find a way into the wreck of Palace. I'm in the wreck of Palace. Might as well get all the greens I can while I'm here. Don't need Garbo weapons. Palace is actually a really good shipwreck for getting lots of greens. The one over in the West Vermilius Gap. Hey, what's up, nerd? You just got shot. Man, it's nice to just get to one-shot everyone for free. Sniper rifles are too OP. Don't you shoot that electric shit at me. Or that explosive shit. I'm having a really, really hard time trying to get a beat on these guys. Okay, that's better. Sure, we'll take the tattoo. Decent blueprint. Probably not something I'll ever use, but I don't know if they'll change things in the future where there's some sort of value, some sort of turn-in system or something like that could be added, where you can turn in a bunch of lower tier ones for a higher tier one of random rarity or something. Who knows? So you might as well get them when they're available to you. Oh. I forgot that I was here to do this dumbass quest. Almost just left. Enter Imperial Testing Station number 76. Boop. Oh, is 76 this one way up north? No. Oh, we got to do the planetologist quest line too. I've only done the first. Something I've never really considered. What are the planetologist capstones? Or are these capstones? Can I unlock? No, it doesn't look. Yeah, so they are capstones. Focus your efforts. You can reduce the power drain of every action you take. Techniques only take effect when equipped. Through research and field experience, you've learned to recognize the density of a spice bed from surveys. This ability is of most use in the deep desert. And while under the influence of large amounts of melange, you can instinctively sense where and how to shift a vehicle to reduce heat buildup. None of those are really valuable to me. Nerd. Nothing makes me happier than drill shotting the freaking melee enemies. I freaking hate the melee enemies. They're butt faces, and I don't like them.
You've arrived at Botanical Testing Station number 76. I'm Station Leader Rymark 30.
Might as well pick up some free heavy darts here. Thought I saw a person in the weeds there. Tripped me out for a second. This is why I wanted to do all these quests, though, is because they take you to places like this and force you to go ahead and get some of the resources. Some silicone blocks and some complex machinery. Felt like there was a way over here. Guess not. I am pretty obsessed with complex machinery and calibrated servos, because building the water and power infrastructure for the guild base was a flippin' nightmare. I felt like all I did was farm calibrated servos and freaking complex machinery for a couple of days. These testing station environments are so well done. They are extremely unique. They are extremely entertaining to play. They probably could be a little more interesting, maybe. Like, I wouldn't say that they're the best dungeon environments that have ever been made ever, but they're pretty fucking far up there. And I really enjoy, because there's so many of them, you know, there's a lot of variety, and you don't necessarily remember exactly the layout of every single one, even if some of them are duplicated. So it doesn't get that same stale feeling that a lot of systems like this can get, where even though you're going in a different testing station, because the layouts are kind of the same or follow a really similar pattern, you start to feel very samey. I don't get that with these. So I think I just got sriracha in my eye. Oh. Oh, owie. I think there was just a little bit on my fingernail, and I went to rub my eye. I think I got it in there. This is why you don't touch your face, kids. Not only could you pass germs to yourself and get sick, fucking get sriracha in your eye. a jack wagon. Oh, whoa. Oh no, I can't go backwards. Did somebody else already clear this out for me? Nope. That's the little boss dude. You survived the double drill shot? Nope. It's fine. I'll just float here for a minute. No big deal. Kinda needed a break anyway. My dogs were barking. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Blap, blap, blap. You identify yourself. Okay, well, if you wanna shoot with me. Oh, that sucks. Level 65. Can't stop, won't stop. Ooh, we're gonna get some armor plates here. Need that Holtzman shield. Because it's not like I ever flip and use them. Love the verdant facilities hidden in the desert. So well done. Sorry, I missed that message from a long time ago. But yeah. Yeah, they're super cool. All of it is super cool. Unlike Once Human, this game has a tendency to draw my attention away from my chat screen. In Once Human, I didn't really ever have a problem always looking at the chat screen because I never felt like I was in danger. I never felt like I really needed to focus up. But I tell you what, playing this game does not feel like that. I feel like I could die at just any freaking time in here. And I'm even wearing significantly better gear than I should be. Now, granted, a lot of that is because I'm too stupid to, like, turn on my shield and play the game right. But still. Ooh, is this is just the tier. Yeah, well, we'll grab that anyway. Like I said, no sense in not having it when I can just eat it. Okay, and then there should be one more little area that I can go through. Up above? Maybe not. Maybe I'm smoking crack. Nope, right here. Not smoking crack. I will do no such thing. You do not have the strength to impose orders on me. Whatever, whatever. I do what I want.
You have returned, Offwelder.
Boop. Now give me my obscene amount of HP or XP so I can pass the level. Yeah. Now I can be a sword master. Not that I wish to be a sword master, I wish to have Hunter Seeker drone. Put that in place of that. And then let's go do some research. So the first things I need here, I got my personal cutter, right? So then I need the buggy cutter. And should I go ahead and get the buggy storage for this tier? I feel like there might be something else I need in this tier. Perhaps not. No planetologist, no building. Okay. So let's go ahead and unlock wind turbine then. And next we'll unlock the water. And as soon as I get the large wind trap and probably large cistern, so I need 40 more points, then I can unlock the two things I want. And then I can start really working on getting my water and my power right. And as soon as you have those things, it's literally just a question of go out, farm an ass ton of resources, build your structures, refine your materials, whatever. I guess the last thing I might want to look at, do I have the advanced chem bench, or where do I get the advanced chem bench? Okay, so you don't get that until Plastanium tier. So I'm going to want, obviously a couple of medium chem refineries and stuff like that. That'll be later. Okay. So it's just all calibrated servos, cobalt paste, duraluminum ingots, and hold on. I actually need spice for these, so I have to unlock this too. Okay. So I need 70 more points. I need to be up to 90. Then I can get everything done. Do you have another quest for me? Let's do some more quests.
You've already been trained.
No, right. You don't have any more quests for me. I gotta go to Harco. Alright, what does the Hunter Seeker drone do? Oh, jeez. Okay, its space and control go up and down. It's not, unfortunately, plane locked. It does not have a very long range either, goodness. Okay. We're gonna get to know this Hunter-Seeker drone. And I'm gonna use it to murk somebody in a deep desert lab. They're gonna be down there getting resources or getting loot. And I'm just gonna zip them in the back of the neck with it. And then I'm going to have myself a hearty chuckle. Let's see if the Bene Gesserit leader, or the Bene Gesserit trainer is over here. I'll do the Bene Jez mission, and then we'll go get the advanced missions from Harco. So at least then I've got 3 pips available in those as well. And then we'll start worrying about unlocking skills and doing skill things and whatever else. But this is the last trade post right up here. And it's out. That right there is Misataril. Behind that is the Odom. So just out here towards where the open sand is the final trade post. And I believe it's where the Bene Jez trainer is. That's the taxi. That's the board. I don't see the Bene Jez trainer. I feel shocked. I might actually have to go look this up because I've never done the Bene Jez anything. Is that spice? Spice. Doom. pissed. It doesn't seem to be coming up. Tell me that it's pissed either. There it is. It was taking a while for it to do that animation, and I was kind of freaking out there for a sec. I'm not even going to go back down and get that stuff. I'm scared. I am terrified. Oh, there's about to be another spice blow. It bothers me that there's just not one of these trainers per one of these trade posts. That was so obviously the way to go there. We're going to open up our Google machine here real quick. Figure out what the hell's going on. Dune Awakening. Bene Gesserit Trainer. Ilias Gate in the Eastern Shield Wall. Okay. Oh, is it really? Is it by chance over here? In Riftwatch? Yep. Yeah, so because the Bene Gesserit is in the place where you turn things in for Atreides, it makes sense that one of them is in the place where you turn things in for Harkonnen. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Yeehaw. There you are.
Something in your body language invite. I am Sister Mesa.
Something in my body language made you decide to talk to me, eh?
Then perhaps you'll be willing to help. I'm interested in text.
Is this somebody else's? Can I steal it? Let me steal it. I want to steal an ornithopter. Can I please? Goodness. This zone is so huge, I just want to break out my ornithopter here. Alright, so we're gonna go in here, we're gonna go to the Bene Gesserit. Recruits wanted. Nope. Track. Okay, we're already tracking, got it. Tracking. Find the text Lisan al-Gaib. No. I don't know what that person's doing with their structure there. I'm excited to see how it transforms over time. Talk myself in, talk myself out. Get all worked up, then I let myself down. Thanks for leaving me a parking space, y'all. Oh no, we're fighting enemies that are actually of my tier. I'm not gonna be able to just one-shot everything in the chest here. That is terrifying. Oh, I know where this is. I probably have to get all the way to the top, don't I? Okay. Let's fly. Why fight all the enemies when you can just zip yourself right up to the end? Oh, is everybody already dead in here? Okay, well, let's go back out the way we came in. Maybe there's some enemies down below us or something. Oh, it has like a power thing too. So we can't make it last forever. Zip. It's a pretty decent scouting tool, though. Knight Rider booster, some stuffs. Definitely need the insulated fabrics. Okay, let's go find whatever this text is, wherever it is. It's like straight down from here. Booyah. Find the Mahdi's blade. You know what? There was probably research points in there that I didn't get because I'm a dum-dum. We'll make sure to get the research points in this next one wherever we end up going. If it's not somewhere we've already been, which it actually might be. Nope, looks like it's different. We just fly all the way in here? I should be carrying a rocket launcher. What's up? Oh, there's like a programmer wall. You suck. Oh, that's why that worm came so quick earlier when I was getting spice. I had my freaking shield on, didn't I?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Talking to myself again. Gotta get myself an interim solution for water. We're gonna use all these insulated fabrics to rock out, 5 or 6 deciliter johns. So I can fly out with my scout, pick up a bunch of water, drop it in some cisterns, and cook up all this duraluminum until we get our whole passive water thing going. Ooh, this one's got 20. That's baller. Let's go see what's over here. There should be intel in this building somewhere. And we got 58 insulated fabric now? My goodness. I think it takes 6 to make a decaliter John, so I can almost make 10 decaliter Johns. I definitely don't need that many. Surely there's intel here, right? Nope, Rockworn Village just has insulated fabric. Oh. No. I want to go up there. I think the decaliter Johns take 6 insulated fabric each. So I think I have enough to make 10 decaliter Johns. No, not the death still. Just the decaliter Johns. Ah, got it. But that means I can almost make 10. I don't even need 10, so I'm good to go. Good to go in that department. And I've already got 2, and I only think I need about 6 more, maybe? So I'll be able to use that other insulated fabric for something else. No, I missed. I was about to say, can you not grapple to those things? What the hell? I got a death still going at the base now. I can log off for today and start farming rest of the stuff tomorrow. Good job, Gravy. See, like, this would be perfect. Check this out. For that strategy I was talking about using, where you build up, well, maybe this wouldn't quite be perfect. Because this side isn't high enough, but maybe right here. This might be perfect. I don't know how many walls deep you could make that. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, see, something like this is exactly what I'm looking for. Because this isn't huge. Sorry, I was talking to myself again. But I think you could maybe get a medium spice refinery in here. And then some death stills. Now, this isn't in the deep desert, right? This isn't... I can't do it here because the point is to have, you know, like an out there in the deep desert base location. And honestly, I'd probably want something slightly larger because I'd want to be able to get, you know, multiple refineries or something like that going on. You'd need multiple death stills. You'd need, you know, a ton of stuff like that. So exactly. So we'll see. We'll see what we can find. Even if it was something like this, where maybe you could get in underneath it and see, because people wouldn't necessarily notice the width of the space here, you could still maybe do a subfloor even in something like this, where people maybe could get under it and notice. It wouldn't be as secure, but it's still better than nothing. And again, it works going into a wall as well. You would just have to cover up the entire hole so that nobody could even tell that there was maybe a hole back behind there. And then you do the same thing. You just put a wall up so that nobody can see into it. And then you put a big ass pentashield. And everybody thinks that they can see into your whole base. And they think, oh, well, that's just a shitty little base. I don't need to raid that. And really, on the inside, you're just killing the game. And doing all kinds of shit. I wish that there were like hidden doors that you could have that didn't look like doors. So I didn't have to always destroy the wall and put it back, but whatever. If you're having trouble getting a sneeze out, try pinching the tip of the cartilage in your nose. So like halfway down your nose, the cartilage ends. If you pinch right where the cartilage right where the bone and the cartilage meet in your nose, if you pinch right there, it'll help you sneeze. Between your thumb and finger.
Again, you brighten my immediate...
Why do I know that? Because I read it one time. And I was having trouble sneezing and I tried it.
You honor me with these vital relics. Your body and mind acclimate to the teachings much too quickly. I can help you no more. Seek out a minor courtesy.
Because I'm 38, and since the moment I was born, I've pretty much had access to the internet. And so when weird shit happens, I just look it up. Well, and so that's the great thing about old wives' tales or folk remedies or whatever you want to call them is that it doesn't hurt to try them like 90% of the time. Obviously don't go like injecting bleach into your veins or eating a Tide Pod or some of that really, really dumb shit. But if you have half a brain cell and someone says, mix a little lemon juice with some honey and some warm water and drink it, and it'll soothe your throat, you could say, well, that's just an old wives' tale, and I don't believe that. Well, the next time you get a sore throat, you just fucking try. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't, you just had a little warm honey lemon water. Like, who cares? You can try on pants by making a fist and going to your elbow. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Are we talking width or length here? And fitting them with your pants buttoned, and if it fits like that, they should fit your waist. I don't know what you're trying to explain there, but I always just I button them, and then I pull the belt loops on the outside so that they're flat, and then I put them around my waist. And if they're just slightly longer than half of my waist, or if they just slightly go beyond half of my waist, then I know they'll fit. They'll be a little loose that way, but I know they'll fit. Gotta go back to base and dump off all this stuff. Go to the Harco base. Yeah, I feel like that one probably only works if you're like average weight. Because I'm pushing 300 pounds, and my forearm didn't get longer as my waist got fatter. So that's not. You know what I mean? Maybe the fat on the back of my elbow could make up the difference. I don't know. We'll have to see on that one. I have a feeling that that's bunk. I think. Yeah, but you're like in shape 330 pounds. So your waist is still relatively trim. I'm like, I play video games for 16 hours a day, 300 pounds. There's nothing trim about my waistline. Didn't you say you work as a lineman or something like that? Oh, I agree. Pear is absolutely a shape. It is a shape that I am. I know the shape real well. Ah, okay. Well, maybe, right. Um, Maybe the fat on the back of your elbow is enough to make the difference then. Because, I mean, it doesn't take very much, right, to make up that circumference difference. It just takes a little bit of diameter. That might make sense. Black, got something in my throat. Okay, I came back here to put stuff away. My brain is starting to not work so good. We've been at this for a while today. I kind of want to just do something fun, you know? Like go shoot some motherfuckers. I want a mall. Look at that. 218,000 Solari. Balling out of control over here. Plus enough of these industrial pumps to make a couple more ornithopters. It only takes 8 apiece, so that's actually almost 5 ornithopters worth. You're doing so good right now. I've been talking to myself. So we need to get some EMF generators. I feel like honestly I'm just gonna fly back here and get these ones. Because there's just so many. Right in that little area, and I know of them. So I don't have to find them. So let's go put my little marker down. Boop. We're about to get to a point where we're going to remake our base in a new location, too. We're going to go to our forever home here real soon. Start working on that. Oh, we've been going for 5.5 hours, so we only have 30 minutes left on our GeForce Now session. At which point we're going to have to reset the game. Still got lots of trials to do. We got to get through the whole Fremen storyline. I might just do that on my own, since we've already done it on stream before. Ain't no sense of making y'all deal with that again. And for those of you who maybe have already, or haven't seen it yet, haven't done it on your own, you might not want to see it, so. It's an interesting storyline. If you're interested in the story of video games, I'm not. I skip everything. Absolutely, 100%. Don't give a fuck. But if you're interested in the story's not terrible in this game. And the Fremen are badasses, so. Okay, sure, just fly into the wall all crazy fast after I put you into cover mode. Oh, you little shit. You jumped in front of me while I was trying to kill that other guy. Don't throw grenades at me. I know which way I'm going. You don't know which way you're going. Ooh, is that a still suit garment? Ooh. Fancy. Got that dude in the thigh. Even if he had lived, he'd never play ball again. Better that he died. Infinite glide. Ooh. Look at all them resources up on top of there. Totally useless. Nobody is ever going to mine those resources. Like, why? Why is that there? Can't drive a buggy up there. I wish that you could. They need to create a module for the front hull of the buggies. Not the back hull, the front hull. It's like the Shigawire claw and allows you to go vertically up rock structures. Because that would be the dopest. But you mix that with a suspensor technology for the treads so that you could like basically do what you do with the Shigawire claw and the suspensor belt but on a buggy and go over there and like hop from peak to peak. Or, you know, you could drive out in the dunes and hop from dune to dune and try and speed yourself along using the suspensor and the Shigawire claw. Be so fun. Or if you can't do it for the buggy, do it for the freaking the sand bike. Let me get crazy with the sand bike. Because the sand bike's cool and I want to get crazy with it. Oh, I already have the Mark V. What the hell? Okay, but this is the one I need. I need to drop off one little bit of water into a cistern here. Deposit. Nope. Yep. And then I can make myself one of these. Then I need more EMFs for a static compactor. We're definitely going to need that, so we will get some more EMFs. But for now, I think I'm actually going to take... Let's see, I don't have one of these. And I don't have the silicon blocks for it. And I don't have the ability to make the silicon blocks for it. But I potentially can find one. And I think that's probably what I'd rather do. So, down in Shoal, and you can't see it, but before you get into the radiation zone, there's just a regular POI that has good blueprints and often drops rad suits. So I'm probably going to go down there and do that and try and get a rad suit. Before we do that, we need to go ahead and switch to, or be back soon, and close the game and restart it. And then I've got to go use the restroom. Take the Browns to the Super Bowl here. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And then we can go get some duraluminum and get that started. So that we can start pumping out power and water and all that stuff. Because that's important. And then once we get that set up, we're really able to do just whatever we want. All right, be right back. right, we back. Get this game turned back on. Get back in there. Get some duraluminum. Hopefully we'll pass a level or two just getting duraluminum. You know, there's enemies and stuff to kill out there, so we'll probably be okay. Right, we're on the checking shaders now, so y'all can come back. Bam. We're going back to Cali.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit.
Nobody cares. Sorry, I had to go argue with somebody on the internet real quick. Had to go run to the Reddit. Tell somebody that their opinion is stupid. Which, in all fairness, it was. Okay. All done yelling at the nerds on the internet. So we don't have... We have our Mark IV cut array. That goes right in there. We'll keep this special cut array for now. There probably isn't any value in keeping this. I can make another one if for some reason I need it. But I'm now beyond that tier, so probably not useful. But who knows? Everything's put away. Yeah, so let's go do this little bit of a chase we can do here for some unique duraluminum tier stuff. Because I definitely will want to be wearing all uniques when I get out into the deep, deep desert and try and do some PvP testing stations. And honestly, I probably want some unique duraluminum tier stuff. Well, I can get unique duraluminum tier stuff, I guess, in the first zone of... the first row of the deep desert, right? The A row. But we can't go out too deep into the desert until we actually get ourselves a radiation suit. So either I gotta get some silicone or... which I could totally rock out some flower sand right now. Nothing wrong with that. So we'll go see. If I get a radiation suit, then we'll just go do some mining. And we'll fill up our saddlebags here. And if we don't get a radiation suit, then we'll come back and we'll we'll get some flower sand. And we'll go make a radiation suit. And then we'll mine up as much jasmium as we can to get a cutter ray for our Jeep. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. This won't be quite as valuable as the ones that we can get in the deep desert. They're still pretty valuable. There's no worm sign out here. So we should be good to go ahead and get all this stuff out here. We're going to jump out. We don't have... Hopefully we don't have our shield on. I don't see it. Grab that. Grab all that. Please get out of my way. And grab all that. Nice. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. I was not eaten. I should probably stop and get this little bit of spice here too. If they're just gonna keep giving me all the stuff I want, it would be rude not to get it. So let's go here. Whoops. Zap, 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 zap. Oh no. Is it like coming? No, it's just doing its little I hate you speech. Which is fine. Get just enough time there. We're good. It's all gravy. Heading the same way I am. Get a couple hundred spice and hey, somebody's got a base out here. Ain't that something? Not the worst idea I've ever seen. Oh, talking to myself again. But just those advanced servo or those calibrated servos and complex machineries make those things totally worth it to me. Is this a PvP area? I feel like I just got the PvP notification. I was not aware of this being a PvP area. Hydraulic pistons, military power eggs. So there's a couple of storage containers through there that potentially give you some like tier 5 stuff. Honestly, you don't even necessarily need to kill the enemies here. You can kind of just run in and gather everything. and just run around the enemies. It's maybe not the best idea, but it's also maybe not the worst idea. Syndicate chess piece is nice. Got everything out of all these. So there should be a chest over here. And I probably shouldn't have come out this way. I think there's one inside over here, though. No. They do have an alarm system. I just passed it over there. Yeah, but that looks like it's pretty much it. I tend to get much better loot there. I don't need the mercenary scout stuff. You get a syndicate chest piece. No. Okay, game. Yeah, I feel like I normally end up with like some pieces of vehicles and stuff. Also lost sight of my ornithopter there and didn't notice it was this. And I was like, where did my ornithopter go? I was real scared there for a minute. Thought I was about to be trapped out here in the dunes. With no ornithopter. I think that worm's probably about to eat that ship. Or maybe it just ate the ship. We're gonna get some flower sand. So we're just gonna plop ourselves down right here. Check out the little compactor job. When you're getting flower sand, you can actually compact much more closely together than you can when you're getting
A large sandstorm is approaching.
spice sand. The spice sand accumulates from much larger distances apart. So when you're doing the flower, just literally like right on top of each other. And you'll get maximum yields from each one. Okay, we pissed off the worm. That's probably enough to make everything we need, so there ain't no sense in staying with the pissed off worm. Or is the worm gonna eat that ship? Nope. It was pissed off at me. God, those things are huge. They're so scary.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh no.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Won't you lock me out, motherfuckers? They tried. They were like, you're too slow, dude. You're just gonna have to take one for the team. Alright, so I got my 30 points. So I can go ahead and unlock this. And then just 12 more points, and I can get the large cistern. And that's all the infrastructure stuff I need. So we're we're here. So before we start getting too crazy, I kind of want go ahead and get moved. And maybe even drop most of our staking units because I can stake now. Let's see, I've got 200k, so I could do all of my staking units. I could do 5 up, 5 across, and I could claim that whole wall like I want and start building up there. And I feel like that'd be pretty cool. I feel like yeah. We can definitely get an interesting base going on there. I don't know if we want to do 3x2 so that we can stretch out from the cliff even further, or if we're going to want to do 6x1, because we conceivably could make the entire wall. Let's go look. Maybe if any of y'all are super good at in-game architecture stuff and can kind of see what I'm trying to get at, maybe you can help me. So maybe one of these days I'll save up a ass ton of spice melange and get somebody in my server to like make me a whole ass base for like 100,000 spice melange or something. But if we place our staking unit like right here, it goes back in 5. Yeah, so I don't know if I want it to come out an additional 1 so that I can build further out from the wall. Because honestly, looking at this, I might actually want to place the first unit like right here, because this is recessed and it keeps recessing further right here. So if I place the first structure like right here, and then get all my vertical staking units to get all the way down to the ground, or even, I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly how tall the staking units could make it. But I could place maybe the first one even right here. And this might actually be the right idea, because I think you get both 5 up and 5 down on your vertical staking units. And you can put 5 of them, so you should be able to get 25 down, if I'm not mistaken. And then, so I would have literally just this whole wall. And then I think I stake that way. Let's see what the orientation would look like. Can I change the orientation? I've never actually tried to change the orientation of the base. If I hold, I can. Okay. So I could go maybe a little bit like that so that it's angled. Talking to myself again. Oops. So I'm looking here. I've got an impediment below me there. I'm looking at building right like this and then running along the wall here. But I think I can only get maybe an additional 2 that way, maybe 3. So it'd be a total of like 4 that way. And then I could put some additional outward stuff, or maybe even go horizontal that way against that wall and kind of take over this whole V here. Could be interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I think you would maybe get 3 more staking units here. And then you'd have this to contend with. But then you could go that way with that, and then you could build all along this area. And you'd honestly be high enough that you'd actually get to kind of build on top of this. You can do an additional 5 horizontal for a total of 6. So you could do like a 2x3, you could do a 6x1, and then you can put 5 verticals as well. So that's why I want to start so high up, is because the vertical ones actually stretch you down as well. So I want to get all the way to the bottom, and I want to get like as high up here as I can, because this is actually a really cool little bit of formation here. So I definitely want to be able to kind of play with some of this. Heck, I might just try and stake this out. Not that I'm aware of. When we did the last one, we did 5 verticals and 5 horizontals. Some of this is pretty cool up here. This dope ass hole. See, this is the size of the hole I'm looking for. You could build so much down in there. So much room for activities. just don't know. I think the best answer is just to fucking wing it and see what happens. Because if I try and plan it out, I'm going to get paralysis about it. So I'm going to start right here. I'm going to angle it just a little bit. Or was this where I said I wanted to start? No, I don't care. We're going to start up here. We're going to angle it that way. And we're going to take over a bunch of those. So let's... Yeah, that's my understanding. Maybe I counted wrong, because it wasn't just me doing it. It was me and Deported doing it. So it's possible something got lost in the translation there. I'm about to do this whole thing pretty much right now, though, because I want to stake the entire claim. So I will let you know in about an hour. If not by the end of the stream today, definitely by the end of the day today, or by the start of the stream tomorrow. I'll know for sure. And we're just gonna fucking wing it. Did that dude just call me a blasphemer? Oop. What do I have? Oh, I picked up all that shit in the flower sand. Okay. What to say? What the fuck am I even using? Hey, I said die. Oh, do you want to come down here and get the smoke too, melee lady? I'll give you the smoke. You're dead. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, I'm dying. How come nobody told me? How come nobody told me? Why? Why would you do that to me? You all know I'm too stupid. I can't be trusted to take care of myself. Now let's look over here while I'm here. Okay, so these are actually quite a ways away. I thought they were a lot closer than they are. But I'll easily... Yeah, I can go right there. Okay, we're good. We're so good. This is going to be like the most fun base ever on this channel. Let's fucking make it happen. I might push backwards. So I'm going to go that way. But there's so much interesting... so much interesting terrain right here. I might actually push backwards on this one so that I can go utilize some of that interesting terrain. So let's make it right. We're going to make it right at the edge here. And we're going to go this way. And we want, is this the big one? Advanced, yes. We want to cant this just a little bit. And we want to get on that wall. But we don't want too much of our stuff to be lost behind the wall. So I think right here. And then let's shoot ourselves into the air a little. Let's break out our tool and let's just see where we're at here. Yeah, that's going to be real nice. And so I'll drive it that way. And I'll still mostly get onto the wall here. Yeah, I think that was a good spot. Houston, we have a big ass problem. Okay. I think we're going to be able to get back up now. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why you put your ornithopter in your tool. Right, I can't. Okay. So let's go. Let's do the thing. We're gonna go make some extensions. And then I'm just gonna use the Chome for now. I might change some stuff up, maybe get the Atreides or the Harkonnen later. But I just want to get things started on the build right this moment. I want to get my extensions built because I have the Solari, so I might as well just make it happen. I have enough Solari that I'll even be able to pay the taxes on a full sub-fief, so no problem. This is exciting. I'm excited. Are y'all excited? I'm fucking excited. We honestly might end up spending a lot of time trying to build this. Maybe just take a couple hours every day. When the grind starts to feel a little boring, just stop grinding it out and sit and build on the structure. It's nice to have different types of things to be focused on. Because when you focus too much on just one aspect of the game, at least in my opinion, it just starts to wear on you a little bit. To be able to say, you know, I'm not enjoying this aspect of the game right now, but not to have to say I'm going to quit playing for the day is really important to me. And I am not a great builder, but this game makes me want to build. Let's see. Can I put all my stuff from my Thopter in here? Thopter, spice. Drop off everything I have. Drop off that, drop off that, drop off that, drop off that. Pew pew, pew pew pew. Make a little bit of silicone. We don't have enough water. Pretty sure that I have like a full deciliter John in here. I do. So we got 10k water. So let's get this bad boy working on 250 silicone. Nope, sorry. 60 silicone. And then we'll get this bad boy working on some silicone. And then we'll get this bad boy working on some staking units. Just need steel ingots and Solari. So I might need to get some more steel. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough carbon. I do have enough iron ingots, I think. Yes. So I need 15 each, just like I need 15K. So we need 150 total, which we have more than enough space for. I don't even think I need my truck. I think if we just take the Thopter and go get some carbon here, we should be good to go. What's the due time? Okay, we're getting pretty close to due time also. So we'll harvest up some water into that deciliter, John. Get us another 10K here. I don't actually think we're in the rift yet. Something I need to check on, because something somebody mentioned the other day, or yesterday, is that the busted buggies have armor plate that you can salvage. Ooh, they do. Look at that. Fan-freaking-tastic. Nice. Yeah, now that I have the ability to just fly around and do that, that's the dopest right there. That is the dopest. You make me a believer, believer. I Pew, 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 pew. I suddenly have a massive burst of energy over this build. I'm just like so excited to get my staking units down. Get this thing all taken care of. You can't even believe it. Choo choo. Rock hoppin'. It is surprising sometimes how much stuff you can put in this. Like, I'm fairly certain I don't need any more of this carbon. I don't really want to try and move it. I just don't know how legitimately valuable it would be to have extra steel at this particular juncture. Because I'm going to be trying to make everything out of duraluminum, so... The other thing I'm going to have to look into is creating a way to drive my buggy down to the sand and up to the top. I kind of want to put like a pentashield tunnel. I'm getting crazy. My brain is overloading with cool shit. We're gonna go ham. It might be a few more days before we get to the deep desert. I'm not entirely sure. We might just wait till next week to get any plastanium. All right. Oh, gotta get more water. That's right. And we have to put away the carbon. $85. That's not quite enough. We do need more water. Fly me to the moon. Do Reaper. All right, good enough. I wish that there was a camera mode in this game that was different. That allowed me to like K mode in Ark, where I could like look around when I was building, or like fly mode in Once Human for building, because not being able to really see what's going on, right? So if I drop, like I can't look at it. I can't see what it's adding here. Of course, it doesn't even look like it's going to show me. It doesn't look like I'm going to clip that. I think I'm clear there. So I think if I place this, just get our extra. Let's just wait our 1 minute here. And let's see how much this changes area down. And up. We're definitely going back that way one, though. I also don't feel like I necessarily adjusted this right. Maybe it'll be okay. Oh, yeah. That's a good chunk right there. I don't know if we're going to make it all the way to the ground here, but I think our height is just about right, that we're going to do some good stuff with that area up above up there. So I don't know that I care enough to change it. Let's see. Yeah, we're probably not going to make it all the way to the ground, which is a little disappointing. I did kind of want to try and make some way to get up from the ground, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be in the cards, and that's okay. We'll just have a completely flight-locked base. Actually, that's not true. The base will probably end up going up high enough that I might be able to get out with a buggy this way. So I might not be able to just go straight for the basalt, but maybe from back here I might be able to drive out. I'd have to be able to get all the way up here, which would probably mean going back and over one, and then I could drive out, it seems like. No, even then I couldn't. Maybe around this edge right here. Yeah, we might just be totally flight locked, and that just might have to be okay. How do you get duraluminum? So, Taco, down in the bottom zone here, in this radiation zone in the shoal, there are jasmium deposits. They appear inside these little craters that have little pools of this greenish puke-colored liquid. You need to have a radiation suit, and you can only stay in there for so long before you will literally insta-die. And then you have to like leave the area and let your radiation go down and come back. But you're looking for little craters that are about 2 or 3 times the size of a normal gathering node. And inside there will be a node of jasmium that you can harvest. And then you mix jasmium with aluminum. And that's how you get duraluminum. It is a ton of work. The problem, so it seems like duraluminum is really inconsequential because it doesn't have any of the necessary crafting structures, right? Like the advanced weapons bench is plutonium. All the weapons benches before that are steel or aluminum. I can't remember. But it seems like duraluminum is this resource that you should skip over. And then you start trying to build your infrastructure and you realize that the largest water cisterns are duraluminum and the largest wind generators are duraluminum and the largest death still is duraluminum. And you start to realize that the game actually set it up where it's like one kind of normal tier and then one kind of infrastructure tier and then one kind of normal tier and one kind of infrastructure tier. And so the infrastructure tiers are like steel and duraluminum, and so you just can't skip them. And that was the mistake I made last time. All right, so we're going to craft 2 more of these. Then we're going to craft 2 horizontals. We spending all the currency, ladies and gentlemen. I probably could have saved myself some currency. This week, the Landsrad bonus is crafting costs are reduced by 25%. So I actually probably could have just gone Atreides and taken this bonus. But I'm seriously considering just not words are hard. Seriously considering just not going to a faction and just fighting everyone. Did you already finish making your steel? You did. Nice. Thank you. Let's get crazy with it. Gosh, this is exciting. I'm excited. I mean, I know it's actually boring as shit because I'm just flying back and forth, but my brain is going 100 miles an hour. Just based off of what I saw with our base before, it seems to me like the most important thing is flyer storage, right? Because even though I'm a solo, I still want an assault or 2 or 10. And I still want a carrier, even if I'm just going to use it in the Haga Basin to like fly my buggy down to the Jasmium. I want some scouts, and I kind of want to leave some of my stuff out, right? I'm almost going to make vehicles just for the sake of putting them on display on their landing pads. Because I think it'd be super dope if I could just have like a couple of vehicles poking out over here. Like, hey, look at me. I'm a badass. Oh yeah, this is going to be a great little spot here. I'm definitely going to try and come over this way. That big old flat right there looks kind of cool. Okay, let's put these in here. Now you gotta wait extra time each time you make one. Okay, I don't actually get to that flat very far. So what might be interesting is instead of trying to go all the way to the ground, maybe I stop above where that no build zone is down there. And then stretch out that way so I can take over that flat up there as well. That'd be kind of cool. Of course, I don't see the no build zone anymore. Oh, it's way over there. Heck, I can probably go one that way and not hit it. Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to get to take over that flat, so that's fine. That may actually go ahead and be where I make my main base. Because this is a nice, big, flat, fatty chunk right here. This can get some big old fatty spice refineries and all kinds of stuff going. And we can definitely get this high. Yeah, that's only with one vertical, and I've got tons more verticals to go. So we're going to be like all the way up there. And then we'll push. Oh, this is going to be so good. How far into this wall does this go? It actually goes a ways. Nice. Nice. I don't know that I could have planned this better. Oh, there we go. Booyah. Okay. Can I actually just put down thing from here? Ooh, I can. Perfect. So these are the last two verticals, and then I've got two horizontals. So I definitely want to take over this flat. Definitely want to push one that way and see just what happens. Yo, check it out. It's a bird. Come up here with the birds. This is some serious hermit tier shit right here. Just up on the side of a freaking cliff in the middle of nowhere. Fly me to the moon. Got another 3 minutes to wait here. Go argue with the nerds on Reddit some more. Anybody try arguing with me again yet? Sad. Come on. I want to see how tall it gets. It's huge. I am definitely not going to be able to use all this space. This is a ridiculously large base space for one motherfucker. But I don't care. I'm doing it. It's a thing. It's happening. I had nothing but time and opportunity. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. That's only 3 vertical staking units. I've got 2 more to go. It's going to be close. We're going to see. Either way, I'm excited. talking to myself again. So the way this is probably going to work out is because I don't want to build any walls between me and the rock face. I want the rock face to be the back wall of all of my structure. What I'm probably going to do is it looks like I'm going to need to push back one here because this is getting too far from the wall. So I wouldn't be able to build here. And then I'll go that way one and push back again so that we have the whole wall structure. Actually, we can kind of have two wall structure here because this rock face comes out a little. And then you'd have the back rock face up against it. And then we'll probably go one more that way up against that far rock face, which I think will totally fit the back. And then we'll come one this way as well, and we'll use this rock face and this flat as sort of our main base probably. So it'll be 4 across, and then the 2 in the middle will be an extra one back. And then we'll just plaster this with structures. Let's take a look actually at what kind of structures we might be able to build. What kind of pieces do we have? We've got a lot of these columns. The columns are going to be pretty important for, setting up structure and stuff. But I feel like somewhere people were being able to build a structure that comes out at an angle, right? Is there like an angular column? I mean, I guess I can kind of build these foundations like on the wall. So maybe that'll be enough to create the structure I'm looking for. And I'm only going to be able to come out so far, Well, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be difficult, but I think it's going to be worth it. We've got wedge walls. I wish we had some structure here. All we have as far as structural pieces is those. And then if we come over to these chome ones here, we've got, just a slightly different look, but ultimately the same stuff. Well, I guess the facility has a little more incline stuff. No, it's all the same. Hmm. All right, the last vertical. Gotta wait 16 minutes. My goodness. And we're gonna get our horizontals in. Oh, it's too bad it doesn't quite go back into this right here. That's kind of a bummer. But it does come across this whole thing, and it looks like I can still get it. So it doesn't look like there's that bit that's interfering down there. It doesn't look like we're quite to that, which is perfect. So we can definitely come here. We can definitely go back there. We've still got another 5 or so high that this is going to be. So there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff back here. I'll probably try and make something cool with this center area. So I'll probably put like my main base stuff here. I'll try and do something cool with this center area with some sort of a stepped hangar or something like that where the planes just fly in. And both of these whole 2 centerpieces will just be like airplanes. And then I may very well just let people into my base. Make all the doors public. You know, we'll lock everything else down so you can't actually use any of the base. But I might make all the doors public and let people in just to look at it. If I make something cool. If not, then we'll totally lock it down so nobody can see how horrible it is. Fly me to the moon. Okay, well, I'm not just going to stand here for 15 minutes and stare at it. Let's go back down to the bottom. We'll see one more time how close I'm going to get to the bottom. Yeah, we're not going to make it. It's going to be close, but it's not going to make it. Which is kind of sad. Oh well, what are you going to do? Honestly, we ought to have everything we need. Let's go see about rocking our suit. We'll go get some duraluminum. We'll start working on that. Or, yeah, we'll start working on duraluminum. Gonna have to be creative with the wind design, right? Because I want to get cool wind. I want to get cool water catcher stuff going on. I want it to just be ugly. Pardon me, Reptevia. If you please, Reptevia. Posing problems that would cross a rabbi's eyes. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was so good. It's been a long time coming. I try and pull that shit every time I land. All right. Can we not make a radiation suit? Need a little water. All right. Dump a little water in here. Blop, blop. And red suit. No. We're definitely going to be rocking the Syndicate chest piece. Oh, no, we're not. This is a stamina. This is a scout chest piece. We still might rock that. Fire, blade, and poison mitigation. Could be a thing. Bye, 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 bye. But like something like this is what I want to build. And unfortunately, I don't think you have the proper ability to create structure that comes out at an angle like this. And so you can't quite extend out this far, but I would love to be able to build like a nice big landing pad platform out here. But in order to do that, I need some angular structure pieces. I don't think that that's a thing. At least not in the Chome. Because I would extend out my staking unit to where it was nothing but just catching air, if I could, to extend something out really far like that. We'll see. We'll see what's there. We'll see what's available. See what we can make happen. Because when you're rich, they think you really know. Let's go do this one over here. Let's get any sort of blueprints or anything, schematics we can get here. And then we'll go rock and roll for some duraluminum. Stop giving me crappy boots and shit, dude. And another syndicate chest plate. Okay. This game officially hates me. It is official. I think somebody came out here and killed everybody, too. I think they might have changed the loot table here or something, because people were coming in and just getting free shit, basically. Which makes me sad. I want free shit. Where's my free shit, game? Where's my free shit? Alright, let's throw on our rad suit. Oops. Throw on our rad suit. And let's go get some radiation or some jasmium. Here, here. In case y'all are still watching, this is what Jasmium looks like. It's these little craters in the radiation zone with the green ooze in them. Don't roll around in it. It's not going to turn you into a Ninja Turtle. I tried. But you can see down in the bottom next to my Shiga wire claw, there's the radiation indicator. And it's telling me where my radiation is at. And you can also press T, and it brings up your radiation. I got 24,000 rads out of 150 before I just instantly die. So I'll gather up as much as I can before I get to about 100,000. Once I hit 100,000 rads, I try and leave. You won't die, as far as I know, as long as you're in your ornithopter. You can just straight up die inside of the Jeep, because it's not fully enclosed. But if you look, you're fully enclosed inside of your ornithopter. So you don't instantly die there. At least I don't think you do. I haven't sat around and tested it. I'm a scaredy. I'm a scaredy cat. I don't want to do it. But you can usually get 2 or 3 of these little rock outcroppings worth. You could totally come here in a buggy. You can definitely make it across the sand to get over here. And then you can definitely just mine these with a buggy, and I will be doing that later. You don't have to worry about like having a carrier or anything to do it. And then, you know, if your buggy is your vehicle spawn point, you can just let the durability happen. Just take the death and lose a little bit of durability on your rad suit. Just make sure you leave all your other stuff at home, so you don't lose durability on anything important. Yeah, so I'm to 100,000. Ooh, there's a crashed ship out there too. Is that in the radiation zone or not? If it's not, I'm going to get it right now. If it is, I'm going to get it after I calm my radiation down. Looks like it is in the rad zone. Ooh, no, it is not in the rad zone. Okay, we're getting this. Getting that for show. What do I have on me that's taking up space here that I don't need? Don't mean Dune Man. Oh, no, I do need Dune Man heavy pants. Those are my pants. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need light darts. Mix those together. Drop that. Okay. Yeah, I picked up one more thing I don't want. Some more salvage metal. We'll pick up that. No, no, no. Yo, that worm just went right underneath me. It's not doing its, like, I'm angry sign or anything. But I am legitimately terrified that it was trying to eat me. It is annoying that you can't upgrade your bag, but also I kind of get it. Okay, I think the worm went away. think I can come back down here and finish this. Because it makes your vehicle so much more important. I think that that's kind of important. Okay, that thing is trying to kill me, so I'm just gonna leave it. It's fine. I got the schematic out of it. We're okay. I suppose if there was some sort of planetologist thing, right? Like where there was maybe a capstone planetologist skill or something like that that reduced the weight usage of ores or something like that that you could put in your techniques, so that it was like I'm specifically out gathering sort of a thing, then I could see that having some value and not necessarily interfering with the structure of the game. And in fact, maybe even being a positive for the structure of the game. But what do I know? I'm just a schmuck on the internet. It wouldn't be unreasonable for there to be something that I'm not noticing. But I don't mind having to be reliant on my vehicle. I guess probably because I've played Albion Online. And so you're extremely reliant on your mount in Albion for how much weight you can carry and stuff. And so specifically weight mounts are really garbage for basically every other activity, because they don't have as much speed or anything like that, and you just become very reliant. Although I guess you can get a little bit of your own personal weight bonuses, but those don't often compensate very well when you're trying to gather. I think that worm just ate that ship. Do believe it did. We look in. Almost full. Nice. Go ahead and head back to the new base. Hopefully that's been 15 minutes. And our final vertical has dropped. And we can see just how close we were. What do we got here? We got 28%, 21. Okay, we're good. We can see just how close we were to reaching all the way to the ground. Ultimately, when that doesn't reach all the way to the ground, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. I'm not going to destroy it and start over, because I have put one, two, three, four, 75,000 Solari into it now, which I suppose I could get back, and maybe it's a good idea just to break it now and start over. But I think I like where it's getting to vertically, so I don't know if I would be willing to give up the vertical space that I'm gaining for the bottom space to get all the way to the ground. It's gonna really, really suck for gathering and stuff because I'll have to find somewhere to put my vehicle, my Jeep, that isn't actually in my base. So I might just drop a little subfief down there or something and build my Jeep a little cave to sit in. And then I'll have to like fly down with my assault ornithopter or my scout for right now and get any materials and bring them back 1,000 at a time, which will be annoying. But I've played Ark as a solo for a long time, so I'm very used to having to do janky shit to bring back my resources because I live in, you know, tiny little rat holes and stuff all the time. And this is way less of a problem than that. And then once I get a carrier, it won't matter. I'll just fly a carrier around everywhere and do whatever the hell I want. Or maybe it'll just barely skim and I'll be able to drive my Jeep up. There's always hope. Let's see where we're at. This is right below where my base is. If I break out my other staking unit... Oh. Newest staking unit hasn't actually finished yet, I don't think. Or has it? No, it looks like it has. Okay. Well, that didn't go nearly as far as I thought down. It's actually quite a ways away. So this next one we're going to do is going to be a horizontal one right here. And this is going to give us all of this space out to the side here. And that's only going to make us wait a minute. But, yeah, as you can see, so it's going to give us pretty much this whole platform. It's going to give us this whole platform. Oh, that's phenomenal. It goes like all the way to the edge of this platform. That is so perfect. Yo, this is accidentally turning out to be kind of fucking lit. I'm pretty stoked. So I think it's going to get most of the way into the wall here. I don't think it's quite going to make it all the way back, but it should mostly give me what I'm looking for. And then we're going to put another one next to it and another one behind again. So again, it'll push back into that wall. And then we'll get one more out to the far side to get to that over there. I think because there's so much of kind of a curve here also, right? It's not a huge curve, but there's kind of a curve in the wall here. And I think because of that, we're actually going to end up getting to have a lot more support, which means we're going to be able to stretch some of these out a little further, which I think is going to be pretty cool. So we're going to let that run. We're going to go make, I'm just going to make one more unit for right now, because I want to see if I can get 8, and then I'm just going to do one more unit for 9, and then one more unit for 10, just to make sure that I can get all of them on there. Since I'm not 100% sure we did last time. And I want to make sure. I think we're starting well, because we're already starting with a not box shaped land claim. So that's big. We've already escaped the boxes. We're going to have an oblong shaped, not, I don't know, a weird shape. We're going to have a weird shaped base, whether we want to or not. Because we've got a giant ass rock wall in the way, and our land claim isn't even going to be 3x2. So it's not even going to be a rectangle. I think based on that, we might be able to pull off something that isn't a square. Which will be such a huge deal for me. Yo, could you maybe stop going through so much water, dude? I know it's a desert planet, but you're inside an air-conditioned ornithopter cabin. Calm your little ass down. Okay. Now let's go over this way. So we've got this claim. We pushed the claim back that way. That actually lines up with that wall really well. I didn't think it was going to make it all the way back. But it actually kind of does. Okay. So now this is the back side. Yeah, this would add to the back. And then this would add to the front. So I want to add to the front first. Let's plunk that sucker down there. We had another 3 minutes and 55 seconds here, which I think is enough time to fly back and get another one. So this is number 8, right? So we did 5 vertical. And this is 3rd horizontal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right about the 5 and 5, so I'm just going to make the last 2 and take them with us, so we don't have to fly back and forth again. And then I'm going to spend some time farming up a little bit of granite, so we can get started on the flat. I just want to get the flat done for the day. So that I have, somewhere to work out of. It's going to be a little bit of a bummer. To be flying all the resources up to the base for now. But we'll get a carrier quickly. We'll focus really hard on making that our priority with our plastanium and stuff. Because I can farm enough plastanium and enough spice to get a carrier, I think in a few days, maybe 2 or 3 days of really busting out in the deep desert. Especially now that we have PvE areas. And I could spend 12 hours a day for 3 days farming spice and plastanium and probably make that happen. But first, obviously, I've got to get the water infrastructure and stuff at the main base done, but got a lot of plans. A lot of plans that are going to take a lot of time. Why am I still wearing a rad suit? I still get all these things. I have 2 regular staking units. Back my decaleader, John. You can have that. You can have that. And I'm keeping this. In fact, I'm equipping this. Bam. Bam. Okay. You can put a large nah, never mind. Probably wouldn't work. no. My engine's smoking. Woe is me. I'm going down. I can't shake them. Through the canyon. Top Gun. Almost. Almost made it. Flying these things when you have to zigzag is so hard. I forget that I could just push the other direction and zigzag like this. I keep trying to turn it over and do the fly this way and then turn and fly this way. And I'll figure it out eventually. And then I'll be out there just fucking tearing people up in the deep desert. So I think in that corner back there, I'm not going to quite reach the wall because you can kind of see how far it's going to go back there. So that corner is going to be a little wonky probably. But it looks like we're going to get all the way over to that wall. So we're going to end up not quite where I want. I wish that we were getting to push a little further into that wall so that we could use more of this angle here on this wall. But we should be able to use all of this cliff face. And then I'm going to stretch another one out right over on that side over there. And that'll give us access to the front of that. So it'll be 4 across the front, 2 in the back here. And we should be able to make something interesting. And we've got all this space down below. So this is something we haven't really looked at how we're going to use. But it goes all the way down there. And there's a pretty considerable amount of forward space out in front of us. I mean, even all the way, that looks like it's probably the spot right there that's the closest. And even that's probably got a full foundation worth off the wall. So we'll be building something in the middle here that goes all the way down, or a series of some things that go all the way down. And then we'll see what we do with the front of this cliff face over here. But it's going to be all kinds of funky. So let's go we've got to wait for quite a while here. Like 8 minutes or something like that. So let's go get some building materials. And let's start building. The front of this. For the main section of this. There's a granite over there. There's a granite right there. All right. Show me the granite. Oh no, I left all my jasmium in my freaking horny. What an idiot. That's alright. Doesn't take a ton of granite to get a base built. 300 or 400 ought to be enough. At least to get a layout of the ground blueprint. Is granite up above? No way. Oh, it is. Holy shnikes. Biddy-biddy-biddy-doo. We got a couple of granites right here. This will probably be enough and probably fill me up. Why do you build me up? Buttercup, baby, just to let me down. Mess me around, and then worst of all, you never call baby when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. Build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. Alright, we got about 700 granite. That's probably enough. Just to get us a little go here. So first things first, what do we do with our nice little flat bit? Because this is literally what dreams are made of right here. If you found something like this in Ark, this would be the only place you ever built a base for the rest of your life. Oh, and I get to stretch all the way out to there if I want. Okay. Okay, so we're missing a little in the back here, which is really unfortunate. So I can't quite build all the way into that. This is also not lined up. I can't get it to line up. Is that lined up? That's weird. That looks crooked to me. You can't. No, I refuse. There's got to be some way to uncrookedify that. Okay, it's not crooked. That one looks straight. For some reason, that just was looking crooked to me. So I want to build all the way back into this wall. So I don't have a ton of room because not these little bits of this wall right here are very, very close. So we're going to go ahead, I think, and just build it all the way back into this. Yeah, and if we have to, we put little pieces like that to cover corners. Oh. Slightly higher over here. Where's the highest point? I think over there is the highest. Okay, and that's nice and tight. Okay. Okay, do I want to build one right there or do I want to build it in? I think I want to take it all the way out. No way, I seriously used all of that granite already? Wow, okay, this is going to take... Oh, man, this is a way bigger space than I thought it was. Oh, man. I bit off way more than I can chew. Okay, well, this is like the next 2 weeks of my life. Mining granite, building chome structures. Look at this. This is so massive. Oh, man. I don't even need this entire flat bit. I could easily build my base just on what's available right here. And I have all that you can see right here. All of this is me. I'm a motherfucker. Okay. So we're back there. Oh yeah, that actually lines up back there with that wall pretty good. So all we want to do is we want to go one more out that way. So we want to build like right on that. Let's try and get up here. Land. No. Come back, ornithopter. Bye, Dexter. Okay. Yeah, so if I put this right here, it'll stretch me out right here. And Drat, if you're still listening, 100%, you can have 5 vertical, 5 horizontal, because that's my 5th. That's my 10th staking unit right there. So I am absolutely certain that that's the limit. All right, let's see how clever I am. Booyah. Oh, yeah. All the way across. And pretty much all the way down. There is so much opportunity here. I'm definitely not the right person to build this spot, but we're going to give it our best. We're going to see what we can make happen. All right. Well, I think I'm probably going to call the stream. Because there's no way that I'm going to get anything done tonight. So all I really want to do tonight is I want to farm a shit ton of mats. I want to put down a ton of storage so I can just have as much granite as I can possibly get. And then tomorrow, probably all day, we'll be building. We'll get some duraluminum going. We'll have all that stuff so that we can start planning out where we're going to put our wind and our water and all that stuff. And we'll just start kind of stretching out across this mountain and see what we can do. But we'll probably spend all day tomorrow building. And I'll try and spend all night tonight gathering. I got a good 5 or 6 more hours in me, so we'll just spend it farming granite, building storage, and stocking up for a real big build day tomorrow. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. The chat was super active today. It was a lot of fun. I'm super excited for this building thing. We are still going to get out in the deep desert and do some stuff like that. But I have sort of gotten sidetracked from that goal by wanting to maybe make this base not suck. So we're going to see what we can do. So I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.